question this morning. What piece of tech is measured in Mickeys? 215-263-WMMR, our number, and we will go to Chris to see if we can get the answer. Hi there, Chris. Good morning.
Gadzooks, good morning.
Gadzooks to you, sir. All right, so what piece of equipment is measured in Mickeys, please?
That would be the computer mouse.
You're correct. It is the speed at which a mouse navigates on your computer. I never knew that.
Is that what Mickey's about?
That must be. Chris, hang on. We're going to get your information. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see Jagged Little Pill, which is going to be on Wednesday, January 4th, the Academy of Music. Joy, rage, love, heartache, strength, wisdom, catharsis, life. Everything we've been waiting to see on a Broadway stage is back in the exhilarating and fearless new musical based on the Alanis Morissette world-changing music. Jagged Little Pill is coming to the Kimmel Cultural Campus from January 3rd to the 15th, and tickets are on sale at kimmelculturalcampus.org. As Kathy had reported in the news, 5 women are suing Bill Cosby for acts of sexual abuse, including an alleged incident in The Cosby Show dressing room, which happened as they attempted to break into show business several decades ago. The alleged victim said that Cosby had posed as a mentor to them, but he instead drugged them, groped them, raped them, and sexually abused them as far back as 1969, according to a lawsuit filed Monday evening in Manhattan Supreme Court. The plaintiffs are also suing 3 companies, NBC Universal Media, Kaufman Astoria Studios, and the Carsey Werner Company, for their apparent failures to intervene and protect the women. They said the companies, in effect, condoned and encouraged the abuse by the alleged inaction.
It's interesting
by their inaction.
Because if they go after NBC, in Ronan Farrow's book, that started to shed the light on so much of the stuff, and the Matt Lauer story and all that all those other stories that are around that time, there is a history at NBC of them burying stories like this.
Right.
I don't know if that could be used in this case, but it might help.
So the 5 women, Lily Bernard, Eden Tyrrell, Jewel Gittins, Jennifer Thompson, and Cindra Ladd, said Cosby volunteered to mentor them, but instead violated them when they were young and vulnerable. 4 said the abuse occurred in the late 80s and early 90s. Bernard, who played the role of Miss Minifield on The Cosby Show, said, and this is when we get into some of the details, that he drugged and raped her on 2 occasions in 1990. God. During the second alleged assault, she said she awoke while Cosby was on top of her and screamed no before he smothered her with a pillow, according to court papers.
So what got him out of jail this time was because of that initial agreement about what evidence could be submitted and the promise that certain evidence would not be submitted. This is a separate issue.
Yeah.
There's none of that. So if he's found guilty here, that'll be pretty airtight.
The suit alleges he also forced her to perform oral on him in a separate incident at his Manhattan home, after which she said he planned to go to the police. She planned to go to the police in the hospital. In response, Bill Cosby told Ms. Bernard that if she went to the police or the hospital, he would seek criminal charges against her for making a false accusation, making sure that she stays in prison for a long time, sue her for defamation, blacklist her from the entertainment industry, and erase her. That's according to the suit. He apparently then pushed her down the stairs and out of his home. And also, the TV star once loudly threatened to fire her and yelled sexual profanities at her on the set of The Cosby Show in front of production crew and actors. Bernard said Cosby's abuse made her fearful for her life and career. Her fellow plaintiff, and this is the only other story I'm going to tell because this is a lengthy story.
A lot of stuff.
Her fellow plaintiff, Tyrrell, said that she was offered a small part as a police officer on The Cosby Show in 1989, was repeatedly invited to the star's dressing room for lunch and refused each time until an employee, Frank Scotty, grabbed her by the arm and physically escorted her to the dressing room in front of other staffers at least 4 times. Tyrrell, who has publicly accused Cosby in the past, told employees that she was uncomfortable, even breaking down to tears over the humiliation. And on 3 of the times, she was able, it says here, to escape the dressing room before Cosby arrived. And on the 4th time, Cosby entered the room, locked the door, and restrained her, she alleged. And then he started, groping her and all this other stuff. So pretty wild. It'll be interesting
5
to see
of them
where this goes.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting story. Anne Heche, her autopsy has confirmed the substances in her system at the time of her death did not impair the actress. According to a Los Angeles County Medical Examiner coroner's report, the late star had illicit substances in her system at the time of her death. They were determined not to be a key factor in the car accident that killed her. Heche died in August after crashing her Mini Cooper into a house in California. Both her car and the residence caught on fire. The coroner's report revealed a urine toxicology screen was positive for cocaine, cannabis, benzodiazepines, and fentanyl. The substances, however, were in her system from earlier use or were supplied to her in the hospital, and there was, quote, no indication of impairment by illicit narcotics at the time of the crash.
So are they saying it was basically just reckless driving?
I guess so, because according to People magazine, the report also cited no alcohol in her system.
Yeah, but hold on. So you're saying fentanyl doesn't...
Well, they're saying at the point where this accident happened, it wouldn't have been substantive.
It was just left over
Right, yeah.
in her system?
Or
Yeah,
it might
like
have been
when you-
administered by because she didn't arrive at the hospital dead.
Yeah.
She was severely burned. So
What, it could
they
have
were
been in
giving
her
her
system after?
they were
Yeah.
giving her pain meds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
Right, got it.
So they ruled that her death was accidental and caused by inhalation of thermal injuries, and the details are pretty gruesome. The fracture to her sternum was treated as secondary, though the coroner noted that it would have made it painful while breathing while she was in her vehicle. And the examiner also estimated that she was trapped in her car for a half hour.
Oh, it was on fire.
Before first responders were able to extricate her. During that time, her car was charred, her clothes almost entirely burned off, and she suffered second-degree burns on 12% of her body. So she just sat there.
Do you remember the
and
footage?
eventually it caught on fire and just started burning her.
And they couldn't
she was
get her out.
Stuck in there, man.
I'll never forget that footage, Kathy, of her on the gurney as they're taking her out, and she sits up.
Sits up.
Yeah.
So
Horrible.
surprising, very surprising to find out that she was not impaired by the stuff in her system.
You remember the footage from the Ring camera on the front of the one house?
Yep.
Her car goes by at like 90 miles an hour on a residential street.
Yeah, wow. Interesting. All right. King Charles III remains unfazed. The king kept cool during a walkabout in Luton, England on Tuesday when an egg was allegedly thrown in his direction again.
Who threw that?
King Charles was greeted well-wishers was greeting well-wishers.
So what if a guy threw an egg at me?
As they gathered outside Luton Town Hall when an egg flew towards where he stood.
Nice to meet you. How you doing? Who's your daddy?
The protection officers redirected the royal to another point where he continued shaking hands with the people who came out to see him. Police said that a man...
By royal decree, everyone in this town shall be put to death.
wait, what? Wait. Hang on a second here.
Oh, I guess he wasn't unfazed.
He's been stewing all this time.
So police said the man was taken into custody. King Charles seemed to be...
I was approached by a man who asked if I wanted some fries with that shake.
King Charles seemed to be in good spirits during the rest of the royal stop. The day's initial hiccup marks the second of its kind in recent weeks. In early November, the king and Queen Camilla were on a walkabout in New York when someone in the crowd threw eggs in their direction, the projectiles landing just inches away. A protester who reportedly called out this country was built on the blood of slaves was detained by 4 police officers. King Charles was seen on video looking down as one egg whizzed past his face and splattered on the ground. Queen Camilla turned toward the direction of the egg thrower and briefly looked concerned. The monarch continued with the conversation he was having before he and his wife turned and walked on, continuing their walkabout. The king's personal protection officers formed a close shield behind him, and the masses reacted with cries of "God save the king" and "Hip hip hooray!"
Hip, hip, hooray!
Yes.
God save the king!
Yeah, so they were
When is his full...
I think it's in the summer, the coronation.
coronation.
Yeah, I think it may be May or something like that, Steve. I believe I read that they wanted to wait for nicer weather.
Yes, so I can wear shorts.
That's right.
I did read the other day they moved the crown, the official crown that they use for the coronation, from the Tower of London
They're prepping it.
over to the palace. I think the palace. Yeah, I don't think they've got it at Westminster Abbey, which is where they usually do the coronation.
Yes,
I think
they're
so.
attaching 2 titanium beer holders on each side and a long hose.
It's scheduled for May 6th.
May 6th.
Yes.
St. Edward's crown. That's it. Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, what sort of jail time do you face for tossing an egg at a world leader?
Well, believe it or not, I hear that would be considered assault.
Correct.
So I don't know. It might be similar over there. And then if you take into consideration that his status, I'm sure it's not something that they would be thrilled with.
Yeah.
Should put you into the poultry prison.
Yep. So in the poultry prison,
That's the worst.
yes, does smell really bad. He's okay. Everybody's good. I was bummed out to see this. Hall of Fame boxing referee, Steve, and you know this guy,
Yes.
Mills Lane,
One of the classic guys.
passed away yesterday at his home in Reno, Nevada. He was 85 years old. Lane, known for his pre-fight catchphrase, which is, let's get it on.
Yeah.
Is it the bald guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Case, he ended up as a claymation figure. Do you remember?
Yeah.
I love that guy.
Yeah, in the celebrity death match.
Right, yes.
Yeah, that was him.
Didn't he run for office at one point?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
He
I'm
was
not
in, he
sure.
was in line for the crown.
I don't think that's true.
Well, but I always loved it. He when he would say that, when he would
Why
say,
are you here? You're the claymation person.
I always dug it when he would say, "Let's get it on."
Yeah.
That's a great phrase. He would give the pre-fight speech, and then he would say, "All right, let's get it on."
Yeah, he had a judge show.
Oh, not let's.
I've been really trying. What am I doing here?
Let's get it on. What if he said it like that right before the boxing match? All right, I don't want anything below the belt. No rabbit punches, and let's get it on. So he suffered a stroke in March of 2002 that partially paralyzed him, left him virtually unable to speak. Wow, so that was 20 years ago?
I didn't realize we haven't seen him that long.
Me either. He officiated the Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield bite fight. He was the guy in the ring with him, as well as more than 100 other championship
Spit
bouts.
that out.
And he was also well known for playing the iconic celebrity death match referee as well. So that was sad news to see that he had passed.
Yeah, his TV show was Judge Mills Lane. That was 3 seasons.
was
that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. They left that out of this little story here.
Yeah, that was back when, I think maybe Jerry Springer had one of those judge shows. Everybody was getting a judge show.
He still has a judge show,
Does
believe
he?
it or not. Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right.
All right, on to other news. After news of TJ Holmes and Amy Robach's affair spread like wildfire, an interview that Robach did with Reese Witherspoon in early October has resurfaced. Oh, yeah. Because in the clip, Robach tells Witherspoon, we can give you a few more plot lines, meaning for the morning show.
Yes, yeah.
Which has all kinds of sorted little plots that kind of mirror what you're seeing here on that program. Witherspoon laughed and said, yes, email me, girl. Apparently, Robach wasn't kidding.
So here you go. People who didn't give two craps about any Amy Robach or whatever interviews now all of a sudden are digging things up from how many months ago? Like now all of a sudden
October.
people care.
Do you remember her last when the whole Jeffrey Epstein broke? Do you remember there was that footage that leaked of her? They were in a commercial break, and she was talking about how they had the Jeffrey Epstein story. She had done the work on it. She had all of this stuff, and ABC put the kibosh on it.
Right.
And she was sitting there fuming about it. That's the last time we saw her.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, apparently this is kind of now. It's like, oh, okay. I guess they had something going on back then.
We had
So-
you, by the way, yesterday, Kathy, having an affair with Bill Weston. So
Look at you.
in the Roblox, yes.
Yeah, I think Bill confirmed it.
Did you?
He did.
Did you care to comment?
Yeah.
We can't let this get out.
Yeah.
Could you pick someone else?
Just seeing the most.
Marie.
Marissa, you were both sick at the time.
Keke Palmer really doesn't want to hear what trolls have to say about how she looks without makeup on. After the Nope actress posted a makeup tutorial on Instagram Tuesday sharing how she conceals acne, some fans chose to comment that she was ugly. Palmer addressed...
People are so,
I know.
they're so wonderful.
Palmer addressed...
Social media is so great.
the comments via Twitter. She said, I just saw a few comments of people saying I was ugly because I wasn't wearing any makeup, and I really want y'all to get the help y'all need because makeup isn't real. I'm beautiful in real life because of who I am, not what I look like. And I wish I could bottle how I feel about myself and sell it because some people take comments to heart and these people just say anything. I mean, truly, it's insane to say anyone is ugly, but especially me.
What prompts someone to, well, and also remember the source, all the things that are obvious. Remember a troll's a troll and it means nothing. Again, I say I was blown away by how good she was on SNL.
Yeah.
I mean, I really was not that familiar with Keke Palmer. But, Case, did you get to watch it yet?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. But I did see the movie Nope, and I will have to disagree with anybody who calls her ugly.
Okay. Monday's episode of The Tonight Show, Selena Gomez told Jimmy Fallon that she named her kidney after Fred Armisen. She said, so I got a kidney transplant a couple of years ago, and as a way of coping, I thought I would name it. That's weird, I know, but I did. But I named it after Fred Armisen. She said that she chose Armisen because she said, I love Portlandia, and I love everything that he does. So I'm like, hey, watch Fred, guys. After Armisen found out, she shared that he reacted with a sweet gesture. She said, yeah, he sent me flowers. I was so excited.
Fred Armisen doing really good work on Wednesday.
I agree.
Yeah, Uncle Fester.
We got to his episode. We're rewatching it already yesterday, and he's great as Fester. Margot Robbie knew how to make things happen on the set of her new film Babylon. The bombshell actress told E! News Monday that her kiss with Brad Pitt in the new flick was not even scripted.
I want to kiss you.
She told the outlet that wasn't in the script, but I thought, when else am I going to get the chance to kiss Brad Pitt? And I'm just going to go for it.
You know who the director-writer is, right?
Damien Chazelle.
Right. So we've had him in the studio. He's
our friend.
Yeah, I think he's a friend.
Yeah.
So she went to him with the suggestion, and she goes, I said, Damien, I think Nellie would just go up and kiss Jack. And Damien was like, well, she could. And he goes, wait, hold on. You just want to kiss Brad Pitt? And I was like, oh, so sue me. The opportunity might never come up again. And he was like, it does work for the character. And I was like, I think so. So she added that Chazelle approved of the change. And she said, he was like, nope, do it again. That really works. I like it. Oh, great. So I guess they surprised Brad with it in the first time they filmed it or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's the case. This is a long movie. It's about this sort of debaucherous Hollywood system, but it looks pretty wild. And Brad Pitt doing comedy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a comedy.
Seems to be.
Okay.
Let's see here. As the Daily Show prepares for Trevor Noah's exit on Thursday, Comedy Central announced on Tuesday that a number of guest hosts are set to take its place when the show returns on January 17th. According to the Hollywood Reporter, the list includes Al Franken, Chelsea Handler, D.L. Hewley, Leslie Jones, John Leguizamo, Hassan Minaj, Cal Penn, Sarah Silverman, Wanda Sykes, and Marlon Wayans. Paramount Media Network CEO Chris McCarthy said in a statement, as we enter Trevor's final week, we want to thank him for his many contributions. Trevor redefined the show, as did Jon Stewart before him. And as we look to the future, we're excited to reimagine it yet again with the help of this incredible list of talent and correspondence along with the immensely talented Daily Show team. And I guess they'll do that until...
They had a guy they were mentioning who seemed like the candidate, seemed like the guy they were going with. Maybe they're just getting him up to speed. Will these guys step in?
Maybe. Yep, it's possible. All right, and then one last story. Millions of families might not ever have built that snowman if an executive's early creative note on the Disney blockbuster Frozen had been followed.
Let it go.
So Jennifer Lee, the chief... accepted the Distinguished Storyteller Award from the Los Angeles Press Club Sunday night at the 15th Annual Arts and Entertainment Journalism Awards, an honor presented to her by the voice of Olaf himself, Josh Gad. And she said, Josh is Olaf, adding that she was not speaking metaphorically. She explained that she came on to Frozen after the project was already in development. And she said, after viewing an early cut, she said, my first note was, kill the snowman. And he's like the one of the great characters in that
shows
movie.
you.
Yeah.
These Hollywood stories, these movie stories, there's tons of get rid of this character.
Yeah.
Pacino shouldn't be Michael.
Right.
All of this stuff.
She said, luckily, a sneaky staff animator had worked out a 3-page script treatment with Josh Gad in mind after he had impressed filmmakers with a late-night TV appearance. Lee found him irresistible, and the rest is box office history.
Olaf becomes Olaf because of magic, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
When Elsa creates the eternal Winterland, he just kind of happens,
right.
I guess. So
imagine how much cooler I'll be in summer.
great.
in the play at
Catholic Community Choir.
and we went to see it.
Yeah.
And she was amazing.
And I believe, and then they had this.
12 Angry Snowmen?
No, they had a really great reveal during
Yes,
Let
they
It
did.
Go.
Yes,
where
they did.
I saw them.
What'd they do?
So the girl, I'm sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
transitions into Queen Elsa.
Yeah?
She goes from
On stage live?
yeah, and
Wow.
they
In
pulled
front of
this
you.
effect with lights and all this stuff, and it was for a production of this size, it was impressive.
I mean,
That's
you're talking
pretty
about
cool.
kindergartners to 8th graders. So
Yeah.
it's a little kid show. And her costume changes right in front of your very eyes.
Yeah.
So much so, I saw it 3 times. The first time I was like, wait, what just happened here?
Yeah.
Like she wasn't wearing that like when I was just, and I didn't close my eyes. And then the second time I looked for it, I still didn't see it. And then the third time, finally.
It's almost like she just twirled around and was like someone else.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
it was
cool.
that type
It
of
was
thing,
it was
so-
a great.
Yeah, it was really
effect.
cool. Do you figure out how they did it?
Yes.
Can you share that with me?
It was
Magic.
It was magic.
That was magic.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about it off
Yeah.
air. In her speech, in which she acknowledged fellow LA Press Club honorees like Ryan Seacrest and media billionaire Byron Allen, she told Gad that she looked forward to many more creative avenues together. And she said, "Oh no, that's not an announcement, by the way."
Doesn't it blow your mind that Byron Allen is a media billionaire? He used to be like a moderately competent stand-up.
Yeah, you ever seen his stand-up show? It ends up in syndication.
Yeah.
And there are I've seen old episodes of it with like Bert Kreischer.
Yeah,
really
yeah.
great comedians.
No.
It's painfully unfunny, and with really funny people on it, including Byron Allen. But it's made to be like cheesy middle America.
Right. And that's kind of where he was.
And that's apparently how he ended up being a billionaire, Steve, because whatever he did on that show and
Wow.
syndicated it, he was successful in it. But yeah, Casey, if you ever get a chance, it's on YouTube. It's funny old Bert Kreischer just doing like hack jokes. And Byron Allen became really rich doing this show.
If you go way back, he was a co-host on That's Incredible.
Yes, he was.
And
Yeah.
was just kind of a,
With Brian Tarkenton.
Yeah, that's right. Or wait, no,
that-
Real People.
Okay.
It was Real
Maybe
People.
the 2 shows, That's
that he was
Incredible.
on.
Yeah, it was Dave Coulier was on That's Incredible, right?
No, that's incredible. It was Kathy Lee Crosby, John Davidson, and Fran Tarkenton.
That's it,
Yeah.
right.
But Real People was Byron Allen and a couple other people. I don't remember their names.
became
But I think the Dave
quasi-stars.
Coulier was the animals.
That's Incredible Animals.
Or it was those amazing animals.
Look at those
I think it
friggin'
was.
animals.
Look at the
No,
friggin'
America's
animals.
Funniest People was Dave Coulier.
There you go.
That's it.
America's
Yeah.
Funniest People.
America's
We'll get
Funniest-
it eventually, folks.
America's Funniest Animals.
All right, we're ready for the clips. Let's play those now. Slow Horses follows a dysfunctional team of MI5 agents and their obnoxious boss. And here star Kristen Scott Thomas explains how fast the shooting schedule has been for the show. Here we go.
Well, we shot season 2 immediately after season 1 before it had even been released, didn't we? So now we're in a position where we're shooting season 3 with 1 under our belt, which is, as you know, phenomenal, and the second one coming up, and we're very excited about it.
I don't think I want to see it.
No, it's good.
You disagree with Michael?
Yeah.
She sounds kind of like he farted in my face.
He farted in my face.
He farted in my face.
Slow Horses. Let me play the last bit of that, Casey,
Okay.
and then you can hit that at the end there.
And the second one coming up, and we're very excited about.
He farted in my face.
So, Slow Horses, season 2 is out now on Apple TV Plus.
Uh-huh.
Here's the next clip. A pop star escapes from her daily life to grant a young fan's wish in a small town, New York, where she finds a shot at true love in Christmas with You. In this clip, star Freddie Prinze Jr. discusses making tamales for a scene in the movie. Here we go.
I watched the video they sent me. The lady was doing it completely wrong. And so I didn't need that. I loved getting the chance to do that. Anytime you actually get to show off what you're good at in a movie, it's awesome.
I don't give a
Christmas with You is out now on Netflix if you want to see that.
I love Christmas movies.
There you go. And that's what I have in the bizarre file. Steve, if you love Christmas movies, you're going to love our holiday activities.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's happening.
Steve,
is.
did you go on the train ride?
I did.
Oh,
Was it great?
Friggin' awesome. Did the Polar Express, the Colebrook Dale train.
Okay,
Love
good.
it. They're waiting for you.
We're gonna dive into that at about 8:15 ish. We finally get the list from Kathy. We'll post everything online, make it easier for you to access, but you want to hear it straight from the horse's mouth,
Yes.
from someone who sounds like a horse, from their mouth this morning.
Thank you. It's so good to be back, guys. Someone that sounds like a horse.
You know,
I
Kathy,
found out she had an affair with Bill West.
I got you a present, Kathy.
Oh, great. What is it?
Well, I'll give it to you in a little bit.
All right.
No, I think you're gonna like it.
All right. Let's take a break and come back in just a moment or two. But holiday activities, Fox Good Day. We're doing a few things. It's Wednesday. We have a secret text word?
Yes, we do, as a matter of
All
fact.
right, we have your chance to win a Flyers Santa sack,
Whoa.
which is 2 lower level tickets for the January 17th game. Collectible gritty ornament and ice scraper puck signed by Joel Farabee, and wings tickets as well. All right, so text word secret to 39333, and you may win that at some point. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Definitely need to be given, and part of that is a huge part would be, obviously, if you're going to have sex, it's got to be safe sex, because that's where you can really have some serious problems.
Have it on top of a safe.
Yeah, on top of a safe sex. Make sure that you do
It's
that.
the best. No,
I know what you're saying.
You're exactly right. I think that you don't want to put you want to put caution, not abject
not
terror.
Fear, yeah. I mean, because you're just gonna. Do you want them going through life scared? Like, no. You want them to find a mate to spend the rest of their lives with.
Right.
Let me go to. Hang on, Josh wants to comment. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy, what's up?
So, growing up, I'm only 25. I'm not old yet, but back in high school, I wasn't a serial dater, but for some reason, I always used to get those strict Italian dads.
Okay.
And the one thing that always softened them up, I mean, they're the guys that look you dead in the eye and goes, you're dating my oldest daughter, and all you have to do is look them back square in the eye and don't back down, and they soften up right away.
So it's a test almost.
I want you to know you're dating my oldest daughter, and I want you to know it's all finger stuff right now. I respect that. You have finally have the balls to tell me what I always know is happening.
They appreciate the honesty,
In
right?
fact, I call her the bowling ball.
Dear God.
No, that's you are a man's man who can admit to that. I want, if you can, to tell me the various things you achieve along the way.
Yeah.
Like a video game.
Yeah. I bring this story up for one reason only. It involves Roger Ailes. Which is my favorite.
I want to fart in your mouth.
Oh my God. If you have not seen the most recent Daily Rush videos with Roger Ailes' voice, I've watched it like 15 times.
He's so jowly and so disgusting.
CNN journalist and weekend co-anchor Allison Camerota said Sunday that former Fox News Channel chairman and CEO Roger Ailes, who resigned last summer from the network, he founded 2 decades ago because of sexual harassment allegations, sexually harassed her too. In an interview on CNN's Reliable Sources, Camerota, who worked at Fox for more than 10 years, described what happened when she first began there. She said, when I was first starting out at Fox,
Poop in my big gulp cup.
and I was single, and I remember Roger being in his office, and I was saying that I wanted more opportunity. He said, well, I would have to work with you.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to fart in my mouth. That's your first opportunity. Are you gassy? Yeah.
She said,
Smells like hickory. You from the South?
It's simultaneously hilarious and disgusting.
Yeah, so disgusting.
She's saying that he said, I would have to work with you on that case, and I would have to work with you really closely, and it might require us getting to know each other better, and that might have to happen away from here, and it might have to happen at a hotel.
Oh, man.
Do you know what I'm saying? And I said, yeah, I think I do know what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you really know?
And then he invited her to hop up on the desk.
I want to wear your ass like a CPAP mask.
Direct.
Camera. That's just how he breathes.
Yeah, her cheeks are like caving in as he's inhaling.
Is it too hard? Change my diaper. There's a lot in there. You know, the beginning of the season when you get that soil delivered to your home.
Mulch? Is that what it smells like? It's like mulch.
It's like a pile of mulch. There's a prize in there for you.
Oh, God.
A contract to do weekends here.
I'm going to lead the introduction with our next guest with a quote from Rocky Balboa. Man, you look good for an older guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Weathers.
Oh, my God. Preston.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, I think, kind summation of what's going on here.
You look damn good.
Look at this. Now Steve's going to jump in on it.
No, are we correct? Are you coming up on 70?
Oh, jeez, man. Why did you have to go there this early in the
Because it defies line.
Yes.
I would not.
Man.
You look really good.
You look good.
Yeah, I don't go that way, but I just might.
Well,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey, man, you know what? Whatever happens, okay? I may not be included, but you're okay. You're okay with me.
Man, we've been wanting to meet you for a long time. This is a really special treat for us.
Thank you so much. Great to be back in the city of brotherly love.
You are a Philadelphian. Regardless, you will always be an honored citizen of this city.
That is one of the nicest things anybody has ever said to me, Steve.
And
I appreciate that.
And it's the truth, because we were talking about this earlier, and obviously you are at the cornerstone of so many pop culture great moments in all of our lives. But the Apollo Creed was essential for Rocky, for that movie. You provided a heart and a performance that was so essential for that all to work, and you know, the counterbalance too. You weren't a one-dimensional character, and I think it's you, the actor and the person that you are, that made us really say, this is a good man too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that made it more complex.
Well, you know, Steve, you just brought a tear to my eye, because not only was I pop culture, but I'm an artist. I'm an artist, Steve. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
it's true.
Look, I am so, first of all, I'm appreciative of that, you know, those compliments. I got to say, though, man, I had such a great time in the movies, all those Rocky movies and many other movies I've done, but we were very blessed to have such a great cast, you know, and to have such great words for Apollo Creed to say, written by Sylvester Stallone. We had great direction in the first movie, John Avildsen, but in the subsequent movies, Sly was directing, and he is a great director. I maintain this to this day, and he's heard me say this, and he probably would like try to knock me out for saying this, but honestly, as good an actor as he is, I think he's a better director.
Hey, Carl, I have a question about two different characters you played in two different types of movies, but they have a similarity, and I'm talking about Dylan in Predator, and then Chubbs in Happy Gilmore. I don't know if anybody made...
I love it. They have similarities. Okay.
Well, they do.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going.
All right, so then I don't even have to go there.
That's right.
Damn alligator bit my hand.
Oh my! So the alligator bit your damn right hand off, and the Predator shot your right arm off.
Yes.
Was that done on purpose by
by whom?
By Adam Sandler.
That's a good question. I never asked Adam that. You know, I really never did. But I seem to have this propensity for losing my appendages.
Did you get to keep any of the props? Did you get to keep?
Man, what a fool I am, because I didn't. Neither of those movies. Well, that's not true, because from Predator, the only thing I have is this beautiful knife that was forged. We all had these knives that were made by this great knife maker, and I don't remember his name right now, but it's beautiful, right? So, no, I didn't keep the arm. I wish I had. And no, I didn't keep the damned hand that the damned alligator bit off.
I'll tell you what, that Predator arm, if you were to hold that up, just without me knowing, I would have said, yep, that's Carl Weathers' arm.
It looked pretty real, didn't it? Well, you know, they took the mold of the arm, man. My guns had to, you know, like stand out, and all the sinew and these muscles had to stand out while the gun's pumping while it's in my hand. arms jumping up and down, you know. Well,
Dude, that handshake between you and Arnold when you first see each other.
it is classic, isn't it? It is classic.
Man and man.
By the way, I have coined that the man shake.
Yes.
That is not a handshake. That is a man shake.
Carl, have you ever been to a sporting event in Philadelphia where they've done Rocky montages during the sporting event itself?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's amusing and it gets you going, you know. But the scene that comes to mind is when you and Rocky are running on the beach and then you end up hugging one another.
Yes.
Because it's sort of comical at this point.
There are a lot of people who look at that and think, these two guys like each other. They really like each other.
But you guys are in such phenomenal shape at that point, too, you know? So it's like, it's one of those things where you can't help but giggle a little.
Well, you know, the thing about it is, I think somebody asked me a question about, you know, whether Rocky was, I think it was your competition or one of your competitors, and it was Eisen, you know, and he was asking about, you know, what people think of that show, and his thought was that it's really not a sports movie; it's a love story.
Yeah.
And I think there is a lot of truth in that, and I say it's actually both because it's set so well and rooted so well in this role in this world of sport and in boxing in particular. But what makes the thing about sports, in a way, all about love, is that it's not romantic love, but it really is about men loving competition and loving the competitor because of what you go through to be at the top of your game.
How much did sports help set you up and prepare you for the process of becoming an actor?
Oh man, it's prepared me for life.
Yeah,
you know, in my mind, and maybe others feel differently about it. But there's something about teamwork, number one. To be on a team, you learn something about that from a very early age, what it takes, what your job is on that team, how to be your best at your job, how not to let others down because you have responsibilities, you know, you have assignments on that team.
But speaking of the best, I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that during the 80s, Tom Selleck had the best mustache, but I think you give him a run for
wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I gave him a run for it in his 80s. Okay. No, yeah, Tom, I know Tom's reputation, not only as an actor, but as an actor with a mustache. Yes, it sets him apart. I got to give him props for it because that's a bush, man. That's a bush. Okay?
Yours is the most rocking.
Yes.
Listen, we are just absolutely elated that you came by here today. We love you. We love your work. And as Steve had said so eloquently, you're a member of this city, this community, you know, just because of the relationship and with the Rocky films and what it means to this city and everything. So we're just really happy that you're here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate
Preston.
it, man. Yeah.
I'm always, you know, and every time I come here, there's so much hospitality. People really kind of open their arms. And of course, if Apollo Creed's walking down the street, you're going to get a little attention. Just a little bit, you know. So, you know, I mean, you know, props to Sly for taking us home with running up those steps, man. If it, you know, there's running up those steps kind of like sets the tone for everything when it comes to Rocky, you know. And, you know, running through the district there and seeing all the folks who are selling their goods in the morning, you know, from soup to nuts, man, having them turn around and watch Rocky and cheer him on. So we're really all very fortunate that this city embraced not only the movie, but embraced the concept of the winner, you know, and the guy from, you know, kind of underdog who makes it, man. And for all of us, you know, anybody who's ever been or felt like an underdog, Rocky is kind of our anthem.
Yes,
you know? So we thank you here in Philadelphia.
Chicago Justice, Sunday, NBC 10, 9 o'clock. Carl Weathers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you guys see this? An anonymous hacker has released 5 episodes of Orange is the New Black Season 5 after Netflix reportedly failed to meet the criminal's financial demands. What? It is unclear how much the hacker demanded. The first 10 episodes.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Hey, we have a new Daily Rush video. I watched it 3 times last night.
Okay.
It's called Butt Munch.
Butt Munch?
Yes. The description says these child studies are just a clever way to get us to say stupid words. You can be the first to see the newest Daily Rush by subscribing to our YouTube channel. This one's a short one. I just kept watching it over and over, just laughing my ass off. It's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet, and you can learn more at Xfinity.com and sign up for our YouTube via subscriber and They can get those videos sent to you right away.
I think Kyle's fitting quite nicely, getting the spirit of the videos.
And Kyle has, along with Kathy's holiday activities, which we are going to get this morning.
Yeah.
Kyle Mack has created a new jingle for the Kathy's holiday activities.
Dude's a machine.
Which is a wonderful thing that we look forward to every year. And we don't get them every single year. For a while we have, but we don't want to bother him. It's a lot of work to put that together. But we get a new one today. So
nice.
We're going to reveal that about an hour from now. So get yourself set for Kathy's holiday activities. In the meantime, there's too many things to talk about. It's just that things are running rampant in my mind.
Oh.
The stream of consciousness.
It's got to be.
Yes.
So, the stream of consciousness is the newest addition to the cast of your characters, correct?
Yes. And there are too many things, and it's just they fly out of straight from my mind to my mouth.
I love the illustration that, I forget the listener's name, but he's super talented did, and it's you kind of commanding the multiverse a la Doctor Strange.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So there are multiple things to talk about, therefore we live in the multiverse. We will start with a local story. So Jim Gardner is going to deliver his final Action News broadcast later this month. His last day, his last newscast.
Still can't believe it.
Will be on the 21st. And he is, it's been nearly 45 years he's been on the air in Philadelphia. Rick Williams, as we know, we spoke to Rick when he got the promotion. He's going to get the 11 o'clock edition of Action News. But they announced yesterday his replacement at 6 p.m. will be Brian Taft.
How about that? Yep. We like Brian.
Brian is a great guy, man. I've chat with him from time to time via DM and stuff, and he's just the nicest guy. He's a really authoritative anchor.
Yeah.
And is just a good person.
He's also sits right in that comforting.
Yeah.
Gets it done.
Yet authoritative.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yep. And he said in a statement during my time at Action News, Jim Gardner has become much more than a mentor to me. He's been a dear friend, a trusted confidant, and a guide for which I am undeniably grateful. He will
actually your father.
Wait, what?
What? He will never be replaced on Action News at 6, but it is it's the professional honor of a lifetime to be asked to succeed him, and it is an important distinction. And this is interesting because so he's going to continue. Brian Taft's going to continue his 4 p.m. newscast, but he will leave the noon broadcast, and they've rather because it used to be Jim Gardner did the 6 p.m. and 11 p.m.
That's right.
So they're going to split it up, and Rick is going to do the 11 p.m.
Which is kind of a good way to go, I think.
So.
And they're both great.
I think so too. I mean, that's a long broadcast day if you're doing a 6 o'clock and then you end up doing the 11 o'clock.
Hey, listen, we can hop over and do it now and then if they need the film.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, we're kind of an institution as well.
I mean, I'm pretty much the news person now.
When Kathy's out.
Yes.
Kathy's on vacation. Kathy's lost her voice.
Yes. So Taft will continue his role at 4 p.m., but will exit the noon report. As I said, he joined the station in 2009. It's unclear why 6 ABC decided to split Gardner's action or anchor duties between Taft and Williams, but the station declined to comment.
I think it's a new approach. And I think
they probably don't want it to look as though this person is taking over for Jim.
Right.
So if they split it, it's like, okay, we're splitting duties right now.
I could see that.
But typically, somebody who usually they do the 6 and the 11. Like when you anchor, if you're the 6 o'clock anchor, you're often the 11 o'clock.
You can also shift it around too, Kathy. If there is one of them, like if Taft is off, you could put Rick Williams on at 6 as well, and so you have two authoritative anchors that you can rotate.
Right.
Yep. So, like I said, Jim Gardner's last day is going to be December 21st, 6 p.m. newscast, and that'll be it. And yesterday, Delaware Senators Tom Carper and Chris Coons honored the longtime news anchor on the floor of the U.S. Senate, which was a really cool little honor.
Maybe if we honor Jim Gardner here in our studio, we can get him to join us in studio.
It would kind of be nice.
Yeah.
You see what Chris Coons did? He sang that happy birthday to him, but a la Marilyn Monroe. It was very
awkward.
He's a sexy man.
He's very sexy. I think this is it's sad, but it's also cool. It's a good opportunity.
Yeah.
And I think Brian's wife is a big fan of our show.
Mara?
Yeah.
Mara Taft. She's a great lady.
Nice. I was thinking about, I wonder how Murph is doing.
Nick Murphy?
Nick Murphy.
He has
no,
COVID.
no.
He's
Good
COVID. No, you're
We know
talking
he's
about
good.
David Murphy.
David Murphy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Because he retired. He retired, and we had him on, and his plans were to just go and
do whatever he wants.
Go to Phil's games, sit on the beach, do that.
I
type
hope
of
he's
thing.
doing that. I know he was kind of suggesting he might do a one-man Holy Moses stage show, Preston.
That's right.
Yeah.
He was
Wonder
in
what
Holy
Monica Malpass is up to.
I love Monica Malpass.
I loved her.
I don't know, but
Wouldn't it be great if both of them are in a pickleball team?
Oh man,
Yeah.
you can only hope.
Monica Malpass and Murph.
I wonder if David Murphy's playing pickleball.
Well, he's active on Twitter. He's a big Phil's fan, tweeting about Trey Turner coming and Taewon Walker, and so he's got stuff going on, and his personal life seems like he's doing all right.
I'm sure he ignores the weather every day.
Oh yes, right.
Dude.
F it.
I've had enough
Yeah.
of this crap.
I don't care.
Well, all right. Here's another story with a local flavor. So we're kind of city beat-ish, but stream
What
of-
the hell are we?
Well, we're going to go somewhere else, so we're going to stream of consciousness our ass out of this. Chris Panulo's long run on Jeopardy has finally come to an end.
I will say I was a little devastated last night. He's been kind of a machine. It has to happen. It'll eventually happen. His lore and legend is firmly established. But I turned to my wife, Preston, after a missed daily double, and I said, I think he's going down tonight.
And the guy that beat him was in negative territory going into double jeopardy.
What?
Yeah, he was not that good, but
he was in third place. I think he had was under negative $1,000 or whatever.
He caught a couple of the daily doubles, and actually, I thought for sure he'd get the daily double that he did not get. It was kind of devastating.
So the South Jersey resident was defeated last night by Andy Tyrrell, who is a political science and international relations professor from San Diego. Panulo ends his Jeopardy run with the 5th most consecutive wins in the show's history.
Yeah.
And that dates back to 2003 when the 5-game cap was lifted. Overall, he's going to take home $749,000.
The dude would end each game with a huge take, and he would go big. Well, I appreciate that.
He was aggressive on daily doubles.
Yeah.
He would go hunting for them, which is a good strategy. He was sort of like the James Holzhauer style.
Absolutely.
Right? Looking all over the board for him, and then he would get them. And yeah, Steve, he would go all in quite a bit and get them right.
Well, Jennings was saying the ratio of his found and answered correctly daily doubles is just incredible.
I felt kind of good last night because I had the same wrong guess as him for final.
As did I.
Did you?
And my wife had the right one. It was iodine as opposed to
no. It was the Tempest. It was the play.
The one that the daily double he lost on was this metal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was the Tempest the answer or the
The Tempest was the correct answer, and Chris guessed.
No. I'm sorry, you're right. Yep. The incorrect answer was the Little Mermaid.
And that's what I guessed too. So I felt like I was making a good bad guess.
Yes. What was the category?
Plays.
Do you want the all right. The category was plays. The clue was a 1609 story in which an exiled king of Bulgaria creates a sea palace with his magic may have inspired the plot of this play.
I guess Little Mermaid as well, but it is the Tempest.
I would have
think
guessed
about
the
it.
Tempest.
Yeah.
Because I was in that in college. So I would have gotten that right.
Yeah, you would have. All right.
You played all off in the Tempest.
No, I was a boatswain.
Panulo grew up in Brick Township.
So defeated.
I was a boatswain.
I was the get the rope guy.
I kind of was.
Yeah.
I was in the very beginning
Ahoy.
and the very end.
I'll take your oar, sir.
Yeah.
So he grew up in Brick Township in Ocean County and paid his way through college with money he won playing poker.
A very Holzhauer-ish.
Very much so, yeah. He's the oldest of 5 siblings who relocated to Ocean City after college, where he lives with his longtime girlfriend, who is also his Jeopardy coach. But he got a nice take, and
he'll be back.
He'll come back for the Tournament of Champions, I'm sure.
Oh,
eventually.
absolutely, yeah.
If he's won that many. So he's the 5th in the history of Jeopardy.
We were trying to hypothesize as to why you were having more, at least in my memory, more consistent champion-level players.
Yeah.
And I think it's the aggressive online soliciting of contestants over the past few years has availed this possibility to a lot more people.
Yeah, because you used to have to wait till essentially an audition came to town. Or I would imagine you could go to Los Angeles and audition as well, but
There were also limits on the amount of times you could audition, and now you can just kind of do it every day if you want to.
No kidding?
Yeah, so because of like the limitations on in-person auditions, there were only so many times you could, and you had to like qualify 2 or 3 rounds
Right.
to even get to the in-person audition, but now you can qualify much more quickly, and you can do it from the comfort of your living room.
Have you tried it more than once?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The online tests are really difficult. I would say that the online tests are much harder than the game itself.
Well, I'm intrigued.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to go check that
ask
out.
very obscure questions. Like, I would say they're like Final Jeopardy quality difficult almost for every initial question.
So, Nick, sitting there on the couch with no pressure, with my dinner in front of me on my little table, I can rock Jeopardy.
Exactly.
The second someone is looking at me, I fall apart.
And even Steve, when you're taking the test online, like there's a countdown clock, and like there's the pressure of I want to do this. Yeah, it changes the game.
You know what? I can't even type if someone is watching me. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Like Rochelle's sitting there, and we're having to answer some kind of question together on air, and I'm typing. I'm so aware. I'm so hyper focused on her seeing what I'm doing that I can't even do that simple act.
I can't pleasure myself when the cat's watching.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
we did the Classroom 3 or 4 years ago with Richard Curtis, and one of the questions for me was, "What's 8 times 12?" And I was like, I know what the answer is. It's 96. But when the camera was on and we were on TV, I said like 148 or something.
Albania.
Right? Yes. Yes. Chrome.
No. That's me. I on that particular thing. That's why I'm horrible at games. I get distracted. I fold. Yeah.
You look like the dude from an airplane. You're sweating.
Robert Hayes.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Let's go to some other places. Now we're going to leave our region, so it's not. City
Now you are the stream of consciousness.
Now it's definitely stream of consciousness, sir. Maybe you guys saw this. A new code banning sex between unmarried people was passed by Indonesia's parliament.
Oh, wait.
It's about damn time.
Oh, okay, because you had something about Malaysia yesterday.
Did I say Malaysia? Yeah, I think I might have said Malaysia yesterday.
Okay.
It's Indonesia.
The president of Malaysia was saved by Zoolander.
But when you had said this to me yesterday, Press, I thought it was like I'm sorry, what's the not unmarried sex, not premarital sex, but like if you were cheating on your spouse.
No.
So that was
No. This is just unmarried sex. So they had already had rules against cheating on for married couples going outside of the marriage, but now it is just unmarried people, and you can face jail time.
What?
I know.
And you must let a government official watch.
Okay. They had the cuck department.
The cuck, yeah.
Oh man, Regis should have run for president.
Don't you know it, buddy? I'd be right there with my badge and my billy club.
How insane is this?
That's insane.
Hey.
The law won't go into effect.
That's only for pooping.
Kathy's back.
Kathy's back. She's laughing. The law won't go into effect for a few years, but when it does, it will apply to residents and tourists as well.
So what? Here's a fascinating thing. Now, mind you, I am married, so it'd be. But I mean, if you go in just as you're on vacation.
Yeah.
Could you be prosecuted if you're at the Ramada?
Well, essentially, one of the party has to complain or something like that. I forgot what the deal, but yeah, it could happen. Yes,
I love the World Cup. I love the soccer tournament, but it's taking place in Qatar right now.
Yeah.
And the laws against any gay activity,
Oh
I think
my
I think it's 7 years in prison, and this is for people visiting. So if you're a gay soccer fan and you go watch the World Cup, you're not allowed to essentially be gay in that country.
It's insane.
You can't. If you're a woman who gets pregnant, you have to present a marriage certificate in order to get any neonatal care.
Wow,
that's crazy.
So right now,
do they even honor GD perks?
I don't.
Duncan?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think Qatar runs on Duncan.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Are there any Duncans outside of the country?
That's a good
maybe
question.
Canada, maybe Mexico.
I don't know, dude.
With Tim
You're
Horton?
in Tim Horton territory. I don't know if they.
Horton here's a get the F out.
Yeah, they might.
Wow, 30 countries.
Whoa.
US
Is Qatar
Dunkin'
one of
Donuts.
them?
Oh, man.
Probably not.
Oman
now
is.
Nick's got to look it all up here.
Yeah.
Indonesia has one.
They're doing pretty great in
They
Bulgaria.
don't let you have sex outside of marriage, but
That's why you can use the donut.
you can use the donut if you want.
They're in the United Arab Emirates, but not Qatar. Duncan.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Chile, Peru, Panama, Colombia,
I like that.
Puerto Rico,
But
Aruba.
not Canada.
Yeah,
No,
Canada's on
Tim,
here.
Tim,
Yeah,
I think
Canada's-
Preston's right. Oh, is it?
Yeah, Canada's
Yeah.
there.
I would have thought Tim Horton would have put the smack down, but no, good for us. We run on Duncan, so where do you approve of this?
Bulgaria, Taiwan, Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, Pakistan, Singapore. Okay. Anyhow, back to the sex outside of wedlock. Right now, Indonesia has laws against cheating on your spouse, but the new criminal code banning premarital sex is brand new. It just passed the other day. The country's tourism industry remains outspoken about how the political move jeopardizes the financial prosperity.
They're not happy with it.
Across the island of Indonesia, which rely heavily on tourist dollars as their economy recovers from the pandemic. But the politicians behind it are claiming these are traditional values.
So this puts that brony convention in jeopardy,
The
right?
bronies. Those are the people who love
My Little Pony, yeah.
right?
Okay.
I don't know.
Their traditional values?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. So I just think that is absolutely bizarre. Now, there were loads of protests. There were people that were totally firmly against it, but it passed.
There you go.
So if you travel, if you've got a plan to go to Indonesia,
Rub one out in the airport.
you might want to do that before you step on to their actual country.
We have special
grounds.
booths for that, sir.
Right. All right, let's go somewhere else. Let's see. How about... Okay, so I read this morning, and there is a tech company that has developed this thing. It's called ChatGPT.
So, I was trying to access this yesterday.
Yeah, you have to sign up for an account, and I decided not to sign up for an account.
I wanted to see what it was about.
Yes.
It turns out the most difficult thing is actually getting it to go through on the initial run because I've tried about 11 times.
So they've developed this state-of-the-art AI chat bot that is so sophisticated that it could render search engines, not to mention jobs, obsolete. Unveiled last week by the OpenAI company ChatGPT has already amassed more than 1 million users worldwide with its advanced functions, which range from instantaneously composing complex essays and computer code to drafting marketing pitches and interior decorating schemes.
So the latest, if you've seen them, they've started to pop up online. They would recast Saving Private Ryan with cast members from the original Brady Bunch, and they will, the AI will render the characters with the characters in the Brady Bunch. In other words,
visually,
yes, it can do visual. It can do music. It can do actual writing essays, as you just said. Yeah. So whether, depending on what the quality is a different thing. But it is a next step that is, again, interesting in many ways, and I think also chilling in many ways.
I was reading a couple things about it this morning in that, and I had a hard time wrapping my mind around it, that all these different things can be done with this one service, if you will. But they said, as of now, you may not want to trust exactly what answers you might get back from it because it's still learning.
Yeah. But you should always vet. I mean, the thing I think is that if this, you were talking about this the other day, Preston, about when someone doesn't know how to actually pose a search question in Google. My wife has a trouble with this. And in case you say you're not that good at it either,
I'm not.
This will help people that have that issue. You know, in other words, when you're searching for things.
So they're talking. There's capability that, or not capability. There's chat that they might run Google out of business, or
Google's working on their own.
They might move them away from having the search monopoly, which is funny. I don't use Google. I'm like one of the rare people that doesn't use Google.
You're a Bing guy?
I use Bing. I know. But there are some features about it that I like a lot. One of them is this news scroll, essentially, they have at the bottom of the page that I use for prep work and stuff like that.
Bing is good.
I find it's comparable to Google as far as finding. If I go on either one, I'm pretty much headed to the same places what I'm searching for. So
I do notice,
and it has nice visual stuff to it.
I do notice a difference in selections, and I like to be apprised of other selections. So in other words, not the same entertainment stuff comes up all the time, and that it gives you variety.
But I'm curious about this. But I didn't fully understand this. It's just
that's why I wanted to test it out.
Yeah, they're making a big stink about it, and I just pulled up I pulled it up to see if I could access it, and then I saw that you have to sign in, and I was here on my work computer, so I'd rather do it on my home, through an account at home or something like that. So I'll mess around with it later. But it was difficult to try and
I
get
tried 12 times
an
to get.
account?
I created an account. It said I had an account. Every time I tried to log into the account, it told me to change my password. I'm like, what?
Yeah. What's called Chat GPT, if you're feeling adventurous and you want to check that out. Do we have time for another one?
One more.
Okay. More people die from heart attacks during the last week of December than any other time of the year.
Were you guys aware of this?
According to the American Heart Association. And the day that tops them all, Christmas Day.
Wow.
Yeah.
More people die of heart attacks on Christmas Day than any other day of the year.
Well, you know why that is.
Why?
Christmas morning, everyone has that annual family deadlifting contest.
Yeah.
No, the second most cardiac deaths occur on December 26th, and the third most on January 1st.
I wonder.
Why?
Well, they sort of give some ideas here. The Santa can often put a death curse on people he doesn't like.
No, is it the stress of the holidays?
Some of that, yeah. So the Christmas and New Year's, there's a 5% increase in risk of those events taking place. Why do people die on, or why do people die on Christmas and New Year's? It asks the
Santa?
question. They say the cold weather causes blood vessels to constrict to keep core warm. Constriction also increases blood pressure, which puts extra strain on the cardiovascular system. But this is not just in the cold parts of the world.
No.
This happens in Florida, in California, Australia.
People die all around the world on Christmas.
But a study published in the journal Circulation showed that coronary artery death and temperate Los Angeles was 33% higher in December and January than June or September. So here's what they think. One of the main drivers of that phenomenon is during the holidays, people are less likely to seek medical attention when they have an emergency.
Because they want to drink more eggnog.
Well, or just there's family things going on. There's obligations. And
They'll
they
get
don't,
to it later.
Yeah.
It's just a stroke.
It may be because people are traveling, so they're unfamiliar in an unfamiliar environment, and they don't know exactly where the hospitals are.
Right.
And it may be because elderly family members or vulnerable people are at home while the rest of the family is vacationing, so it's harder for them to get help. But they're not 100% sure. Also, overindulgence of salt, fatty foods, and alcohol puts our bodies at greater risk, too. We also tend to get less sleep and exercise due to the holiday parties and other holiday obligations like shopping and decorating.
And they also say that people are they will get a little irregular with their medication. If they're traveling or whatever, that can throw them off their medication schedule.
Upper respiratory infections like colds, the flu, COVID-19 run rampant during winter. They also put us in further jeopardy as well. I had another story. We're not going to have time to get to it as to why we get more colds and flu in the colder months. Even though they say it's usually not, the cold doesn't have anything to do with it. Turns out it does.
Really?
Yes, it
I've
does.
always heard the idea was that you tend to go inside and you're in closer proximity to people.
There's new research that shows it has to do with your nose and the colder temperature. And there are things that happen in there biologically when it gets colder that keeps it from fighting not infection, but the
viral
bacteria,
load.
bacteria getting in there, and that so it does have to do with the cold. I knew it. I freaking knew it.
That's why my nostrils are as moist as you can possibly imagine. Dr. Neil Med.
Yeah, I don't know if the moist has anything
I'm
to
gonna
do
believe
with
it is, whether that's
there
true
are
or not.
actual cells that are kind of created.
You need
and
nose warmer.
I have
get
wet cell.
activated.
Yeah,
that's what you need, a nose warmer.
Yep.
Yep. All right.
Nose muff.
We're done with the.
Well, I've done that.
I've had nose muff.
Yeah. Usually when you're eating salad, right?
Yeah. Well, no.
Salad.
Yeah.
That's when the nose.
It depends on how big your nose is.
You're like doing the Humpty dance.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it for the.
A big nose can do that.
Right.
That's it for the Stream of Consciousness Nerd. Let's take a break. Come back in a second. We're going live on Fox. Good day. When we return, stay there.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
As they totaled about 11.46 gigabytes. The hacker who goes by the handle of the Dark Overlord.
Ma! I'm trying to do something!
Kicked off the leak
Well, when you're done, Dark Overlord, take the garbage out.
by publishing the premiere episode for the forthcoming Orange is the New Black season Friday to the Pirate Bay.
This is my son, the Dark Overlord.
The streaming giant has set June 9th as release for Orange is the New Black. No word on whether Netflix will move that date up. In a statement, Netflix said, "We are aware of the situation. A production vendor used by several major TV studios has had its security compromised, and the appropriate law enforcement authorities are involved."
You know, I was trying to think about this, and Netflix didn't buckle to the demand. I don't know how much impact this has because
Zero
because it's $9 a month.
You
for
already
Netflix. You already have it.
Yeah.
More than likely. So, and you're not going to watch it any quicker or any sooner than you would normally. So I wonder where the damage is really. Maybe in some people who aren't already subscribing, getting it, but. It is what it is.
I guess piracy still remains to be a really big problem. For me, it holds no fascination. I'd rather just fork over the however many dollars it is to watch the actual official version of something, and I can wait until Friday.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it on Monday before it comes out.
What are you going to do? Watch 9 episodes?
Yeah.
Well, the hacker isn't stopping with that show. The cybercriminal claimed via Twitter to have unreleased shows from ABC, Fox, National Geographic, and IFC as well.
Okay, tell me of Game of Thrones and maybe I'll listen.
Right.
This is the Dark Overlord. I have your Capuchin Monkey special, and I will upload it if my demands are met.
That's from National Geographic.
Your special concerning the Watusi women of Puka Buka will be released to the world. If you do not yield to my demands, I'm the Dark Overlord.
Capuchin Monkey.
I mean, what are you?
I know.
There's the extortion there.
In a message posted Saturday, the Dark Overlord wrote,
"This is the Dark Overlord. Your 1-hour special concerning FIFO, the zebra who can tap dance, will be released to the world."
The Dark Overlord wrote on Saturday, "It didn't have to be this way, Netflix.
You could have avoided it.
You're going to lose a lot more money in all of this than what our modest offer was. We're quite ashamed to breathe the same air as you. We figured a pragmatic
Someone's gotten a little carried away with their Dell laptop.
Yeah, we figured a pragmatic business such as yourselves would see and understand the benefits of cooperating with a reasonable and merciful entity like ourselves." What are you talking about?
Come on! No.
Yeah, you're
stole
it's illegal.
something from-
Yeah. And by the way,
Dark Overlord.
Dark Overlord. It is a substantial fee and prison sentence that they're looking at if they're found and convicted.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, on the consumer end and on our end, it seems like, what? Okay. I agree with you, Nick. I mean, you already have Netflix. Chances are you already have it anyway. Netflix encourages you to share your passwords, for Christ's sake.
Hey, and also, if you don't have Netflix, then you haven't seen the previous seasons of Orange is the New Black. So if you're going to release the 4th season, can you release the first 3 seasons as well?
Damn good point.
I got to get caught up on this.
Dear Netflix, we are committed to releasing the 3rd episode of Lemony Snicket. If our demands are not met, and this is a good one, too.
Oh, man, I hope the Dark Overlord lives here and is listening to us right now. That would be awesome.
Dark Overlord.
All right, anyway.
You're such a dork. You dork.
Try to extort Netflix!
She's just in for a visit to say hello, and you know her from The Office and her many visits to Philadelphia. She's a Philly gal. Please welcome Kate Flannery. Hi,
You act like I was back by the dumpster and somebody noticed me and dragged me in. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Is that Kate Flannery out by the dumpster? Have her come in. So what are you up to now? Because I see you on a lot of, obviously you have the live performances.
Yeah, Jane and I are still performing regular. I'm still doing the lampshades.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I always feel like there's something I can't talk about.
Is there?
You love that? I mean, know. It's such bullshit. But I'm sorry. I said
The filthy mouth.
Guys.
Kate Flannery.
I'm really. Is there?
How much Rolling Rock have you had this morning?
If you went to
Not
O'Hara,
enough.
you wouldn't have.
Oh my God! Well, at Archbishop Carroll, we didn't drink. No, exceptionally good human beings. I also do another show called Talk Show, the game show.
Yes,
that's
I saw that
coming up
listed.
soon. Yeah.
So what is that?
I think it starts this month.
No, but what is it?
It's a talk show and a game show. But so they make the celebrities compete against each other with questions after their interview segment.
Huh?
And no more stand up in stilettos. It's
that's done. Yeah, that's done. Yeah. But Wanda Sykes is the producer of Talk Show, the game show.
That's very cool.
Yeah, she was actually there on site. I was like, "What are you doing here?"
She's local.
I know we talked about media.
Yeah, and she's never
she's
never been on the show.
Been on our show. Yeah, she lives in media.
Her.
Let her know.
Watch your mouth, you.
That fucking. No, I'm sorry.
You're getting worse.
I know. I'm sorry, you guys.
I will tell you
Are
this.
there children
It's gotten
listening?
worse. She just dropped the F-bomb.
What's wrong with you today? You tell me not to do something. The more my unconscious is just like, oh my God.
Let's put it this way: we had Andrew Dice Clay in here and never had to do the dumb button once.
I need some straps like on my chair, like on the pyramid.
Kate Flannery
crap.
3 times.
I'm so Nick is like, you're never coming back. He's shaking his head. It's like, this is it.
Oh, we need a
so nice to see you.
taser.
Because that'll calm me down.
We have to keep you here for a little while because there's some curses you haven't said yet.
What are the 7 that you can't say on the air?
You know what? That list, by the way, that classic list,
Yes.
as legend has it, we've said it before, did not exist before Carlin created
Are you kidding
that
me?
list. The FCC had no set list of words, but once Carlin created that list, the FCC said, "Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's go with that."
That's amazing.
All right, so when you're not on the air,
Yes.
you curse like a sailor? And how does that go
I didn't think
over?
so until I got here.
Okay.
No one blinks an eye in Los Angeles, where everyone is drug induced and on painkillers. Once in a while, I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I think I have not had enough sleep this
No,
week.
we have many dumb buttons for just such. Now we're going to call it the Flannery switch.
No.
Mark it on the board right here.
Oh my gosh!
Hit the Flannery switch.
Hit the Flannery switch.
Oh no!
I'm sorry. We had to Flannery out on that.
Well, the owner of a sperm bank has been accused of secretly switching donor semen with his own in order to father 60 children.
This has happened before.
It has. Jan Karbat, who died at the age of 89 last month, has been accused by 23 families of using his own semen instead of the donors at a fertility clinic in Rotterdam.
So what does he do? He puts the samples under cups and moves them around quickly on a table?
He is also accused of tampering with the clinic's data and donor descriptions and allowing couples more than the allocated 6 children per donor. Bajorp Medical Center.
Yes, Bajorp.
Which closes in 2000.
For all your family needs, think Bajorp.
It closed in 2009 following reports of irregularities.
I just love the word
Bajorp.
I do too. It's why.
In fact, the dude put his own Bajorp in the cup.
It's one of the reasons I put this early in the D file.
Is Bajorp by any chance slang for semen?
Well, that'll be coming along shortly. Let's go ahead and have a look at traffic since that is the case and see how we're doing this early morning. Kathy, what's up so far?
The accident off of the Schuylkill Expressway cleared, but you are jammed westbound Passyunk to Girard, and then from the Boulevard out to the Blue Road eastbound side, slowing from 202 into Belmont, heavy the Boulevard to the Vine. 95 southbound is jammed from...
WMMR.
Hold on. Sorry. I was hitting the button for your traffic music, and it wouldn't go, so I hit it like 2 more times, and then it fired everything off.
And now we're in the bizarre file.
And now we're in the bizarre file.
South 95 slowing Academy through the bridge on the northbound side. Your heavy Cotman to Academy, an earlier accident cleared from there. 42 freeway northbound heavy Blackwood Clementon Road to 295. 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. And then in Norristown, we still have this closure. It's 202 and Main Street between, it's the Dannenhauer Bridge that's closed. They're doing construction. They should be wrapping that up and opened on December 13th. This traffic report brought to you by AAA Car Care Centers. This month, AAA members get a standard oil change for just $19.99 only at AAA Car Care Centers. See store for details. Visit AAA.com/mycar. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Acapella, Kathy.
Yes.
That was great.
All right, we got
Just to
about...
highlight my voice.
We got just a few more seconds here. We'll be hearing some music come up here in a second. That means we're going live on Puck's Good Day. I can hear it now. So let's do this TV thing.
On Christmas morning, it's pretty standard stuff. And Christmas Eve, some people, leave their pajamas on as they open the gifts. Or, well, Well, what we're looking for, those are traditional stuff. We're looking for kind of quirky things that your family might do that no other family does. Now, I like to bathe in a big bathtub of eggnog. See, that's different.
No,
You know
that
what I'm
is
saying?
different.
Preston and Steve, what do you guys do?
I can't unsee that, first of all, Mike.
What?
So thank you for that.
You can see it on Pornhub.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Anytime you want, conveniently. We personally don't have any traditions like that. My wife and her mother used to do these things a few years ago. I thought it was kind of cute. They would buy each other the ugliest socks that they could find through the year.
Oh, that's good.
And they would share those. I thought that was kind of a cute little tradition. I kind of want to bring
I
that
like
back.
that.
Yeah.
We wake up extra early, and then we open our neighbors' presents.
Aww.
And you got to be quiet, but you can do it. No, it's fairly traditional stuff, but there are a lot of people, over the course of time, there are the classics that you encounter that people just, like you say, with the socks or the sweaters or the PJs. That's all part of a tradition, right?
Casey, I guess, has something.
So,
yeah. So my family does this thing, and to tell you the truth, I've never heard of any other family doing this, but we started this when we all lived together. It was, you know what Pollyanna is. We do that, but we also do this thing called Kris Kringle, where essentially you have a secret Santa.
Right.
And we always picked our Kris Kringles at Thanksgiving dinner. And between Thanksgiving and Christmas, your secret Kris Kringle would do nice little things for you. So when we all lived together as brothers and sisters, mom and dad,
Made more sense.
you would come home and your bed would be made, or your room would be clean, or you would have a candy bar sitting on your pillow, or
your family would have moved,
or your family moved. This is something I always wanted, and but that tradition has continued.
I like that,
and it's great.
I
and
like that a lot.
You keep doing that, like you keep doing good turns for someone until Christmas.
Whoa!
Yeah. Pump the brakes, man. Like one time, I'm good.
Yeah,
with.
but now that we're all grown-ups and adults and we live outside the home, it goes on past Christmas, and we have what we call Pollyanna Kris Kringle dinner. And then after dinner, we go to one of the siblings' houses, and we exchange gifts, and we reveal who our secret Santa has been over the
That's elaborate.
It's awesome, though.
How do you choose who's the Kris Kringle for whom?
You pick names out of a hat, and it's what did you say?
Slap fights.
Oh, slap fights. Yeah. My mom wins every single time.
His mom has hands like canned hams.
But it's and
bam.
I've never heard of any other family ever doing this ever since.
I love that concept.
It's really great, and it was great to start as a family unit, and now has grown. And the in-laws and like my sister-in-law, brother-in-law, everybody's part of it. It's cool.
I think that's
cool.
That's actually cool.
Yeah, which I've left work, and there's been like a gift card sitting on my windshield. You know what I mean? Like it's really cool like that.
They go all
Are you
out.
intrigued by that? You think you might do that? I think it's a lot of work, frankly. And as Preston and I observed, there's a limit to kindness.
They don't have to be elaborate.
I was thinking though, do you still have to get another gift then for everybody? Or is that how you guys do gifts?
That's how
Alex is doing the math in her mind.
No, you're right. That's how we did gifts. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not making gifts, are you?
Then you wouldn't share gifts on Christmas morning?
Yeah, I didn't have to get a gift for each of my siblings or anything like that.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Right.
Oh, well then who?
Real quickly here, because we're out of time.
Yes.
Is your family, my family was always, there were 8 of us in the room, 9 with my grandmother.
Wow.
And it stretched on for 4 or 5 hours because each person opened the gift by themselves and everybody had to look at them.
That's the new.
And you go around the room clockwise.
That's the new interrogation tactic for the United States Army is sitting with a large family as they separately open each gift.
That would last for about 2 gifts, and then it was a free-for-all in my house. And then
oh, really? I've had to sit when you open up it's underarm deodorant.
No, forget it.
No, we want to drag it out.
By the way, the list of Kathy's holiday activities is coming up in just a moment here on the Preston and Steve Show. And we'll post it online, too. Kathy vets all these great things that you can do around this time of year. I wanted to hit that.
Great.
Yeah.
Leave your TV on, but jump over and listen to the radio.
Do them both. It's important.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys.
It's Wednesday, December 7th, 2022.
All right, there you go.
All right, there you go.
Hey, man.
Hey,
man. Tease that coming up.
Well, they tease stuff on the show all the time.
Busting my balls right there.
I don't know, man. And we all know what's going on.
Doesn't matter. They can't take it back.
Yeah.
We do this song and
Why is it
dance.
bizarre
Dude,
phone?
by the way,
It's
this
still
system
running?
sucks. That you just.
Hang on, I just turned this up. And the bizarre file music is still there. Wow.
That's weird. Are you guys jotting down a master list here? Because some of these absolutely have to be changed.
I don't even know what to categorize this as.
Stupid stuff the board does.
Hey, Rodney, if you're listening, this is playing, but it's not playing.
Yeah, there's nothing in what we call the stack that is indicating that this is playing.
There's nothing on here.
Yeah, and there's no words on it.
It says output.
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
The output is dash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
It's stupid to have one button that is your firing button. You should at least have two faders so that you can alternate. It's stupid.
Well,
it's like getting into the cockpit of a plane and having one button you push.
No, we have three faders. We just have one button and it rotates. Never mind, folks. Let's do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
There's no words on it.
Now, what I want to see if we have two different going here, I'm going to fade this down. Yeah, sure enough, there's that one. And then.
Oh, that's fun.
Can you open the window, Daddy? I'm getting sick.
I liked it that.
That was fun.
Yeah.
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
All right, let me get into some bizarre file stories. We're going to start with this one. Mounted officers in Florida were performing lawful duties around 1:48 a.m. when 27-year-old Alicia Lalani decided to hit the horse in the rear end. An officer who witnessed the slap said that he saw Lalani walk behind his partner, who was also riding a police horse, open his hand, and slap the horse's rear end. Officers said that Lalani expressed surprise after they told him that he was under arrest, claiming that he didn't know he wasn't allowed to hit horses.
Dumbass. Did you see Parabellum, the John Wick III movie?
No.
There's a couple of scenes where he has the horse kick back and clock somebody. It's great.
So he flat out said he didn't know that he wasn't allowed to hit the horses.
Yeah, you are.
Hey, man,
not allowed.
Let's go out tonight and hit the horses. Let's do that.
Let's kick police dogs.
Lalani was taken into custody and charged with battery on a police horse.
Yeah.
Chuck stuff off a bridge.
Oh,
lots of stuff.
There's lots.
We can stomp the printer.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Late night pitch and play.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, so here's a follow-up story from one I had yesterday. 911 operators got a call from the wife of a man who shot and killed his downstairs neighbors after one of the neighbors. And so there was a 75-year-old man. He killed these two 81-year-old people. They were members of the homeowners organization, homeowners association. And so now we know why he did it.
Okay.
So this is the follow-up.
What could possibly be the reason?
So he went downstairs, shot and killed two of his neighbors after one of the neighbors yelled at his wife for leaving the community laundry room door open.
That seems like something you execute people over.
Yep, he did it in front of another neighbor and the mailman.
Well, now I'm going to have to kill you.
Before walking himself upstairs to inform his wife what he had done, when detectives arrived, the murderous man was in shock, sitting in a chair, and told authorities, "I lost my temper."
You left a bounce sheet in the dryer. Well, Grandma, I'm coming back to murder you.
The man was taken into custody. Deputies reported he had a concealed carry permit and regularly carried his gun on his body for protection. But he had a gun and he got angry and he went and killed them over being told to close the door of the laundry room. Insane. Police were needed to break up a fight Friday night between two 30-year-old men dressed as Christmas characters who were attending a work-related holiday party.
They were brawling?
I wish I could see one of these things live.
Yeah.
It cracks me up when people are in costume and they're fighting. One of the 30-year-old men who was dressed as the Grinch was arrested for allegedly assaulting the other man who was dressed as a reindeer. Yes. Police were called to the Hotel Indigo Friday night and discovered the man dressed as a reindeer defending himself from the Grinch as the Grinch was punching him. Police believe the incident was fueled by alcohol and not the size of either man's heart. So they got into a fight and they got arrested over that. Here's a story out of Clearwater. Now, this is pretty messed up, all right? A man has been arrested for allegedly launching into a sick rampage while taking a friend's golden doodle for a walk. Chad Mason horrified a group of adults and a child after he abandoned any idea of walking the dog and instead began sexually assaulting the animal.
Oh, my God.
The shocking incident unfolded on Sunday afternoon when the Florida man allegedly took his pants down in a busy street and started to do that right there.
Jeez.
Bystanders immediately called the police, but as officers arrived, Mason stormed off and is accused of destroying a nativity scene at a nearby church as well. He inexplicably initiated the contact with the dog in front of numerous witnesses, including adults and a juvenile. Police said that as
So
officers...
you're telling me I can't have sex with the dog around the holidays?
As officers...
I want my country back.
Arrived, and Mason ran to the nearby Northwood Presbyterian Church where he knocked over a nativity display, broke potted plants, and tossed children's toys from the playground area. Officials estimated about $400 in damages to the church. Mason claimed that he knew the owner of the dog and was taking it for a walk.
I know the owner.
Yeah, come on.
It's okay.
He's being held in the county jail pending a court appearance. And then I have this other dog story, wholly different. A Georgia sheepdog named Casper proved that he might be the baddest canine in the country after he was attacked by an entire pack of coyotes and won. The 8-on-1 fight lasted for over a half hour.
Wow.
And Casper emerged victorious, and the coyotes, he killed all 8 of them.
Killed 8 coyotes and saved the herd.
Farm owner John Wirewillers said that this group of coyotes were particularly unafraid of him, and while he didn't feel threatened himself, Casper appeared to be the pack's target. He came out of the fence here and killed more, and they had a fight all the way up and down this creek. It wasn't a short thing.
You want a piece of me?
He said it was like a half hour. When the dust settled, Casper was nowhere to be seen, but there was evidence that he took a beating. John feared the worst. He said if he wasn't killed, we knew he was hurt because we found parts of his tail and blood, so we were worried about him. Finally, after 2 days in the wild, Casper came home. Battered and bruised with a number of deep wounds, but he was alive.
It's amazing.
He said he kind of was looking at me like, boss, stop looking at me. How bad do I look? Just take good care of me. Casper's injuries were substantial, but as the old saying goes, you should see the other guy. It looked like a coyote grabbed his skin and peeled it right off, he said. Lifeline Animal Project stepped in to help, launching a GoFundMe campaign to cover Casper's $15,000 hospital bill. The campaign quickly exceeded their goal, raising enough funds to fully cover Casper and save future animals as well.
It's a hell of a dog.
Coyotes typically don't hunt in packs like wolves. However, they are known to be very social animals that run in smaller family groups. However, when food gets scarce, coyotes can team up and sometimes will even cooperatively hunt with other species to secure a meal. And most likely this was a large litter of pups.
I saw a coyote was it yesterday, the day before on Germantown Avenue.
Really?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
I was shopping at the Wawa.
Oh, okay.
No, it was really early, so he was running down the street.
They said this was a large litter of pups that hadn't left mom and dad quite yet, giving them strength and numbers as well as the confidence to mount a large attack.
Wow.
But yeah, he killed all 8 of them. That's crazy. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, yes, Case.
Before, because Kathy's holiday activities is her thing, and I don't want to
steal the thunder.
So Kathy, I have a present for you. You don't have to. You can use this during holiday activities. You don't have to, but I wanted to give this to you now.
It's a holiday menstrual cup.
And I wrapped it good for you. I wrapped it really good for you
In the Amazon packaging.
package.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, cute. Wait.
Oh, it's really good.
What is it?
It's my man.
Yeah. There you
Oh,
go.
my God. Okay, and I always forget this guy's name.
What was his name?
He's
well-hung black
very,
guy.
very
You know
large
who he is.
African-American man that's sitting on the edge of a bed with a tree trunk between his legs. And it's used in constant memes and gags and stuff like that. So what does it say on it? It's a Christmas sweater.
It says big pack. It says I have a big package for you.
Oh, that's awesome.
You probably wear that at the Christmas Miracle.
Or
sweater.
Give it to Jace, maybe.
Wait, I have like an actual figure where his little thing is like the bobblehead, but it's
His little thing?
It's
Yeah.
a bobble D.
Oh, my
His
God.
big thing. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I found it was like kind of tucked away with all of the holiday decorations, and I'm like, I need to hide this. I can't let Jace find it.
By the way, of us all here on the show, the person that sends that the most to anyone is the receiver of this gift right now. Oh my God, that's
you very
wonderful,
much.
Casey. Nice,
Thank
well
you,
done.
Casey.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna take a break. When we come back, we get the long-awaited holiday activities list from Kathy Romano. You wanted it, you got it. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
But I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. That's what I'm saying. My body's a lemon.
Yes.
It's like I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. So I was lucky it didn't come back. But every year or so, I have to go for a cystoscopy where they take like a rod like the size of this with a camera on and they stick it through your urethra to look in your bladder. But while you're awake,
Why do you say be awake? Preston, you've had it.
No.
Vasectomy? Yeah. Now, they numb
Mike's
you
not
down
getting
there.
that.
They
is that
numb you
true?
down there. But still, I had read, which was my big mistake, that you could actually feel, there have been occasions where people were able to feel something.
I felt
and you
something.
definitely see and smell stuff.
All right.
And so I'm like, I want no part of that. And somebody had said, you know what, they'll knock you out if you want. I mean, not completely under general anesthesia, but they'll give you propofol.
Right.
What do you
that's
smell?
that's like the way Michael Jackson went to sleep.
Right,
Yes, exactly.
That's what it is. That's what propofol is.
Yeah. And once I found out that they could knock me out, then I was like, okay, I'm totally down with this. And it was easy. But you stayed awake for yours.
I was totally awake for mine.
You mentioned a smell. What smell is generated during a vasectomy?
Smoke, from what I hear.
I couldn't smell anything, but you
have to
Wait, describe where the smoke is coming from, please.
Because they cauterize stuff.
It's the doctor's cigar.
Yeah.
It's a Cuban.
It's not a boy.
Yeah, they hand out anti-cigars.
They hand out cigars that say no more babies.
I wanted to ask you about non-medical stuff.
Sure.
And basically, like, this sort of this career path that you're on now is fascinating to me because we've known you for a long time, and now I see you just popping up everywhere. And you're a producer on Crashing. You show up on late night talk shows all the time, and I follow you on Twitter, and it's like, hey, Burbiggs is doing Kimmel, Burbiggs is doing Fallon again. Are you surprised at that at all? Not that
since you're 11.
Are you as
like you are?
Yeah.
Are you as incredulous as we are
I was going somewhere with this.
about that development?
And then Nick pulls off a mask and it's Todd Glass.
Here's why I asked that. Your career has been the most steady rising career I know about in comedy. Because some people, they shoot to the top and then they're selling out stadiums. But your success is I love your success. I love seeing it. But it's been slow and steady and consistent.
Thanks. Yeah. No, I feel extremely lucky that that's been the case because I've been able to make, and I think the people who follow me notice this, I've been able to make the stuff I want to make as opposed to being able to try dancing around and trying to make people in the business happy or make Hollywood happy. It's funny when the people say stuff like to me on Twitter sometimes, like, you Hollywood liberals. I'm like, I don't live in Hollywood. I'm not part of like any like cabal of Hollywood. I live in Brooklyn with my wife and daughter. Like, I'd make everything outside the system. I directed 2 independent films, and I've made like 4 comedy specials, and they're totally separate from the business in so many ways. But so thanks, yeah.
When you tour from city to city and you come into Philadelphia, you have to pay because you're getting paid. You have to pay a city wage tax, right? So how does that work when you're working in several different cities throughout?
This is the most technical question.
He just started part-time for H&R Block. So
These are questions that Wesley Snipes and Willie Nelson should have asked years ago. I file in like 27 states.
No kidding.
My accountant is a close friend.
Oh my God!
No, I mean we spend so much. My brother Joe runs my company, and
America's Guest.
Yeah, America's Guest, Joey Bag of Donuts, and our accountant Elliot does our taxes, and we do quarterlies. Literally, recently we talked about maybe we should do monthlies. Like, it's so much taxes all the time. But yeah, I think I file in 27 states.
That's just crazy.
So. Yeah.
You'll be back in town in November, so we'll see you when you're going to be playing the Merriam Theater, and we'll make sure everybody is aware of that fact ahead of time. But listen, it's great to see you.
You too.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks
Mike
a lot.
Birbiglia.
Gadzooks.
I wanted to bring this up. I know it. I know it's nothing that Kathy agrees with, but pubic hair is becoming more popular.
Aha! I knew it.
Yes.
Amongst the owners of said pubic hair, or the people who encounter said pubic hair?
The people who want to see said pubic hair.
Aha.
New data from the porn site RedTube.
RedTube, never heard of it.
Reveals that the bush is back.
The bush is back.
That's right.
Do you shave your bunghole?
Come on.
I have to ask.
I don't do that.
I mean, because some people have hairy.
No.
How would if we're talking pubes, there's a whole other side to that cookie.
How would I even do that? I mean,
You
lay
reach
on my
around.
back and put my legs behind my head.
Well, I mean, the question is, do you have a profoundly hairy ass?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then it's not an issue for you.
My ass is not hairy.
Okay.
I'm good.
But is your
Kathy, is your
Go ahead, say it, man.
Kathy has some information she wants to get.
Do you have a hairy butthole?
Do you have is your actual butthole hairy?
See, I think you.
Does it look like that thing that almost swallows up Luke Skywalker on the desert planet? Does it look like that?
Yeah, that was my question.
What's that thing called?
Sarlacc?
Sarlacc did.
Does it look like the Sarlacc? Does it try to pull Lando Calrissian in?
Could Manthe ask that, please?
Can I ask you something? Do you have a hairy butthole? Just asking. Is it like tendrils that stick out and grab you by your feet? Until, I don't know, later somebody throws you a lightsaber?
I don't recall the Sarlacc having any hair, and we need to pull up the picture.
Oh, they look like tentacles.
Yeah, but it's just the tentacles coming out and the teeth and everything.
Don't ruin this, Casey.
Anyhow.
Don't disturb our groove.
Anyway. Yes. So, no, I don't.
Anyway.
I don't have a hairy butthole, and I don't.
I mean, if we're being clinical, we have to ask. To the senator from Arkansas, no, I do not have a hairy butthole. Thank you, sir. It took a lot of courage, Mr. Comey, to admit that.
Oh, dear God.
Listen, you might not have an overly hairy butthole, but there's hair back there.
Everybody's got hair there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take
It's
it off.
called JRBH, just right butthole.
Do you guys get lasered?
Yeah.
Do guys?
Possibly.
Guys
would
do.
think so.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't.
There's your sphincter.
I don't care.
Is that what that?
That's the Sarlacc pit. Yeah.
You got to watch Jedi, Kathy.
I thought it was a person.
All right.
What?
No, my question was more about the Sarlacc.
He's distracted.
I'm glad that you
Casey, off air,
yourself.
I have an interesting fact to tell you about the
Okay,
Sarlacc pit.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
We
there's.
can go there if you want. I don't care.
Man.
Well, when we were
I'd
in
rather talk
California.
about buttholes.
Did you see? Did you see a?
Jesus, who are you?
Well, now we're gonna get into this crap.
We've unleashed the beast.
When we.
Wait a minute. I just want to point out, Kathy would rather talk about buttholes than Star Wars.
Well, here's the deal.
If given a choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go butthole.
She's gonna go butthole. You brought up the grooming, and I think that is. I think it's just something that is a universal topic that people consider.
Yeah.
And so if you're talking about the front, you have to talk about the back. You agree with
Right.
that? Yeah.
I'm with you.
I mean, maybe we can put up a Twitter poll. Sarlaccs or buttholes?
All right. Anyhow, I think it's nice if a woman tends to her area and but just don't get rid of it all.
You don't like the hardwood. You like a little bit of carpet.
I think it's nice. I think
You know
it's,
what? I need a table saw sound effect. Something like that, Marissa.
Okay.
You can get that for me.
All right. So anyhow, RedTube had revealed this: the most likely to seek out videos that have the hair are the over 65 crowd.
I want to see a really nice bush. And can I get some sponge cake and some cream soda, please? And then a very hairy bush. My evening set, hot spit. Boy, old people are fun. I like a piece of angel food cake, a cream soda, and a big hairy bush.
We have we need some music out of like the 1940s
And some
like
sounds,
jazz
please.
or
Some
something
ointment,
like that.
please, for my knees.
My recollection of my high school career is a lot different than what it actually was because my mom brought me all of my report cards.
Okay, and what was your recollection?
My recollection was that I was not that bad. You know, I was above average. And
what's the reality?
The reality was I was about average.
Okay.
And all
right.
Yeah, and so grade school report cards. Go figure. You got graded on conduct. My conduct was always pretty bad. unsatisfactory and stuff like that.
Do they still with the report cards? Do they still include teacher comments, or has that been excised from?
It depends on what grade they're in.
In high school, you're not going to get teacher comments.
I don't
Like there would be, remember they would fill out, there would be like a number associated with the comment that they wanted. So you'd look and be like,
right.
number 3, work well with others.
I think in this hyper sensitive.
Yeah.
We go to meetings with the teachers.
A lot. You go a lot.
Yeah, we find out directly how they're doing. But
Is that's not for all students, is it?
I have no idea.
God, they must not have any free time.
I'm amazed when they come in. But I mean, we have some special circumstances that they help us out with. And which is awesome. But I know in grade school they'll give you detailed. Caroline is a delight to be in this.
Right,
blah, blah,
right,
blah.
right.
I always used to get the delight. I was a delight.
Were you a delight?
I was a complete delight.
Case you weren't a delight.
6th grade was it. Miss D.
You were a delight in Miss D's class?
I bet you what I know what she wrote. Always eats in class.
No.
He's eating right now.
It's my breakfast.
I know.
Yes.
And it's just simply a bagel.
It's just a bagel the way any broadcaster would eat a bagel live.
I don't have time to get it any other time. And I take my medication at a certain point.
Oh, my gosh.
Getting back to that or situation, excuse me. I did everything bagel.
I wasn't going to talk, but you brought me into the conversation.
Well, it's presumed that you're going to participate.
I participate in between bites. In between bites.
There's just a general assumption that when we're on air, you might talk.
I am writing that down.
Yeah.
That is a T-shirt. I participate in between bites.
Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to eating my bagel, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Today, December 7th, 1940. Excuse me, I have to take another bite.
Hey, what's going on? It's Preston, and actually Nick is here with me as well. We're in California, and we're at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and we are here with Mr. Michael Giacchino, who has become a friend of the Preston and Steve show now.
That's my favorite thing. Friend of the show.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah?
I've never heard that before. And then the last time I was on, I was like, friend of the show. I was like, yes.
Yeah. I think
friend of the show.
You have to be on like 3 times, and then you
become
a
friend of the show. There should be a pin or something that you get.
We can get that.
You get a pin or
Ribbon,
something
like that.
Something that says friend of the show. Can't just be like, here's a WMMR pin.
No.
It's got to be legit.
We can come up with something.
Yeah. Next time he comes in studio, we got to present him with something.
Yeah, there should be some sort of coronation.
So Michael invited us out to be here while he is recording the score of the film Spider-Man, and we're at this legendary studio. Actually, he was giving us some of the details about this room that we're in right now.
Yeah, this room that we're in right here has been around for a long time, so long that it used to be Shirley Temple's shooting stage where she would make her movies. And, let's see, the original Planet of the Apes was recorded here. We had Jaws was recorded here. The Day the Earth Stood Still was recorded here. There are these amazing, the
iconic,
that whole thing.
And the 20th Century Fox theme.
Yep. That was done here. I mean, just oodles and oodles and oodles of things that you would know. Just incredible history here on this stage. And they barely touched the stage in all these years because once it sounds great, you don't want to mess with it.
I can imagine. And what you're not seeing right now, we're on a lunch break right now, but the amount of people that are involved when you're putting together music for a film. And today was a light day, even as far as the amount of musicians.
Today we did a smaller orchestra, maybe about, 50 people. But usually we would have like 100 people out here, 100-piece orchestra. But the cues we were covering today were just for smaller moments in the film, so there's no need to bring everyone in.
And this room, the studio as well, filled with people.
Yes.
I mean,
friends and family and.
You got engineers. You got you got the people that are actually working.
Yes,
in
we
there
have
as well.
we have music editors, we have recordists.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So, real quick before we do the activities, reminder: we have a secret text where we have a chance for a flyer Santa sack. And it's tickets to the game January 17th. Lower level tickets, by the way.
Santa sack.
And a whole bunch of stuff, including some Wings tickets in there, too. Text word secret to 39333. And you can buy the flyer Santa sack as a gift this holiday season. So shop now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com for more information. All right. With that out of the way, it is time now to not only get the list, but the new song for Kathy's holiday activities. Are we all ready? Yeah! Everybody prepared and set. Here we go.
Kathy's holiday activities are here to bring us all some Christmas cheer. It's this list of fun, exciting, wintry things we've looked forward to all year. We were supposed to do this list 5 days ago, but Kathy's voice, it sounded like a Chevy Tahoe. Since Dr. Mike has fixed her, she's ready to go and read this list to you. Kathy Romano's holiday activities are here, and we are all happy to find new excuses in the winter time to go drinking publicly. Kathy can show you where to see great Christmas lights and the perfect skating rink to get faced at night. We're happy that she's back at work, so hold on tight for holiday activity. Kathy's holiday activity. Yes, it's holiday activities. Ooh.
And that's why we hired Kyle.
Kyle Mack, once again, with a fantastic jingle. By the way, Kathy's holiday activities brought to you by Acme Markets. Fresh foods and local flavors. There are 10 brand new activities for 2022, and you can go to PrestonandSteve.com for the activities list. But let's find out what we're in store for.
Yeah, so I have to say, I think part of the reason why I got sick was because I ran myself so hard in the 2 weeks prior to when we were supposed to release this list, a week ago, trying to go to all of these and do all of these events and these, they would have media events and all of that. And so I actually went to these places. And listen, there were some that I went to and I was like, I can't do this. I can't put this on the list. I can't send people there.
Well,
So
there's a pedigree associated with this list, and we appreciate you being candid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the way the list started was, my cousin and I, years ago, we always wanted to, we took our kids to do these events because these were memories that we remember going with our mother. So we wanted to create that. I started telling you guys about it, and so the list was born. And I do this so that people have something to do, whether it's a couple or it's a family and you have kids. There's stuff on here for both adults and kids.
There are things that have been incorporated into the Morrison family tradition. Yes.
Colebrookdale Railroad. You guys
absolutely.
go every year. And that
And
was on my
others.
list.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start. Number one.
Here you go. Hang on a second.
Holiday activities.
Okay.
I love it.
The Logan Hotel in Philadelphia is offering a holiday magic experience on December 11th. The event is a one-of-a-kind that gives families a unique, personal way to visit with Santa. Now, they have two separate things that are happening at the Logan Hotel, but both of them in this suite that they're offering. And this was actually on the way to the Logan Hotel. I went with a friend of mine. We, obviously talked on the drive there. We talked at the event. And on the way home, she looks at me and she goes, "What is happening with your voice?" It was at this event that it just went away.
It blew out.
By the time I got home, I couldn't speak.
So we're seeing pictures of you in this ornate suite.
Yes.
Is that
okay.
it?
So yes. So the activity that's happening on the 11th is where kids and families get to meet with Santa. So the activity offers welcome. There's it's obviously one price. It's a package. The activity offers welcome drinks for the parents. There's complimentary valet parking. 20 minutes of individual time in Santa's workshop, which is inside of this suite. So you get to meet with Santa and Mrs. Claus. And don't worry, Santa gets a little refresher on what your kids want, as gifts for the holidays. And
nice.
So you'll get 5 to 15 digital professional photographs, a take-home box of Christmas cookies, and a decorating kit, which I did bring home, and Jace decorated. And the event takes place in this Holiday Lodge suite. Now, if you're looking for a little staycation, you can actually rent out this suite. So what they've done is they've completely decorated the suite. It's one of the best rooms in the hotel, and it has its own Christmas tree. It has holiday bedding. It has views of the Ben Franklin Parkway. You can get a full-course dinner and dessert delivered right to your room. room. There's a dining room inside of this suite. There's a pool table.
So when can you get the room if you wanted to rent it?
So you can call the Logan Hotel and you can rent it now.
Okay.
It's available if you want to go and stay. It's also available for parties. Like if there's, girls, we're doing like a Pollyanna, a girls' day, or, even a smaller holiday party. You can actually rent this suite, and it's like you're in like an apartment. It has a living room. If you stay over, they have a nice large screen TV. You can sit, you can watch a holiday movie.
I love that hotel, Kathy. It's kind of underrated, and it was sort of unoccupied for a little bit. They have a great rooftop bar, really nice views of the city. It's just a cool place to hang.
I took we celebrated our anniversary there, and you had room service and looked out on over the parkway. It was
absolutely
great.
Yeah. So Nick, speaking of that rooftop bar, they're doing a pop-up Alpine Heights at the Assembly Rooftop Lounge.
Oh,
so
nice.
it's a
Nice.
gorgeous winter-focused ski lodge with festive cocktails and comfort food. We did take a visit up there when we went. It was a little chilly when we were there, but they have the fire pits and all of that set up. And then for each activity, I either have like a helpful hint or a coupon code. And your hint/code for the Holiday Lodge is the suite is being offered at a 50% discount than the normal price of the room. So like when brides go and get married there, whatever their price is, it's now 50% of that. So if you go stay, and listen, it was so cool in there. It was like just this cozy, warm, and you can go
Looks
out.
like a Hallmark movie.
Yeah, you know what, Steve? It did. It looked exactly like a Hallmark movie. But you can go do some city events, some holiday events.
Yeah, you're right in the heart of the city, right there.
Go ice skating. The Christmas Village is there, and
you're
then
right around the corner from City Hall.
come back and spend time in the room. Maybe get dinner in the room because
awesome.
you're paying to stay there, and it's that beautiful. So
Totally.
that is number one on the list.
All right.
Holiday activities.
Next up is the Charlin Farms in Yardley, Bucks County. So you guys know I mentioned Shady Brook Farm a lot over the years in my holiday activities, and
It's
they
great.
have the drive-through light display, which is amazing, and they are just a huge empire, and they do it right. But this little farm is actually right down the street from them.
Charlin Farms?
Yeah, Charlin Farms. And if you have younger kids, or I even took Jace. He's 11, so it's really anybody. But if you don't want that big, huge, you sort of want something a little bit smaller.
Right.
This is perfect to go to. So they've set up this little red truck. Everybody loves to do their holiday photos.
Right.
And they can get expensive. They set up this beautiful red truck, and in the bed of the truck, they have pillows and, different decorations there. You go, you set up a 15-minute time slot, and you can take your own pictures.
And this is like an older truck. It's got a real classic look to it. It's really good.
Yeah,
Looks
it's not
like
a
it's from
Ford
like the
F-150.
1950s or something like that.
How do you spell
It's a
Charlin?
Tesla.
It's CHARLANN, and it's named after the two owners, who was Charles and Ann.
Okay.
So you can go. You can take your own photos. They have a tent set up. Santa is in the tent. I actually.
Wow, man, it sounds great.
One more time.
Ho, ho, ho. Oh. Who is that? It's Kathy Romano. You been a good girl?
So you can take your own photos on the vintage red truck, or you can go. Or you can go in the tent, and they have photo packages with Santa.
I approve of this Santa, by the way.
And it's also a farm, so you can pick up, your Christmas tree. They have a little shop with gifts that are all made by local vendors. They also have, wreaths and things like that. But what I think you guys are going to really love is they're also doing a drive-in holiday movie. So every weekend in December, a different holiday movie will be featured. Cars can line up in their pasture, and visitors are invited to set up tailgate style or inside their car, whatever they want, to watch the movie.
That's excellent. I love the idea. So if you can go with the big, expansive thing, but this is a little bit more pared down, so you can kind of surgically go in, have a good time, and then be on your way.
Yeah, and Santa is also visiting every weekend from now until December 18th. They're also doing on December 18th from 2 to 6. Santa's reindeer will be there, but my hint is that the reindeer package and the drive-in movies, they sell out, so make sure you get your tickets.
All right.
They're also offering a coupon code. So if you go to the farm, you go in their little shop and you do some shopping, if you mention Kathy's fall activities, you get 15% off at the farm.
Holiday activities.
What did I say? Fall. Yeah.
Why did you say that?
Okay.
And you know what?
I'm going to punch you.
Wait.
You're dumber than I am.
Holiday activities, yes.
All right. Next one. All right, here we go.
Holiday activities.
Okay, so we went to Bucks County, which is like the preferable county, but
We apologize.
we're going to take you to Delaware County.
What's going on? Don't you ever say Delaware County.
Sorry, we're going to take you to Delco.
Thank you.
Rose Tree Park. Now, I know this has been like in existence forever, but I've actually never been there.
That's where they have the bark and bark.
And so I asked Casey about it. I'm like, is this worth it? Like, how is it? Is it? And you said it's awesome, right?
It is, and it's gotten bigger over the years. Before, it was just kind of like bright lights you would see as you were driving past, and maybe you would stop by. Now it is you're invited. Like, please come and check it out. And they have like a whole Christmas village set up in the parking lot.
This is a walking display?
Yes. So dozens of illuminated trees create a joyful holiday spirit as you stroll through the picturesque park. For the second year in a row, Casey mentioned, the park is doing the Delco Holiday Village, which consists of local merchants and food trucks. And the Holiday Village will be open this weekend and next weekend. But the walkthrough, that's open every night of the week until January 1st.
Every night.
So you can go and walk through. But if you want to take part, in a little more of the activity and the village, that's this weekend and next weekend.
Casey, at least like 40 years on this, right? Because I remember driving past it as a kid because my grandmother lived in Wallingford, and we would drive on 252 back to my parents' house. And I remember being excited about seeing it, driving past it when I was a kid.
Yeah. And like I said, before, it was just a thing that you drove past. You were like, oh, that's cool, And then, the park is pretty deep, and they have paved walking trails and stuff.
That's awesome.
And they've gotten
they have that amphitheater too.
They do, but that's off to the left or the right, whichever you're looking at. But they've gotten smart. And they go, okay, this could be and should be something bigger. And so over the years, it's gotten bigger.
Well, what we're looking at picture-wise, it looks pretty awesome.
Yeah, it looks really nice. So my helpful hint is that Media is just down the road. It's a beautiful town to dine and to go shopping during the holiday season. And my tip is to try the blood orange margarita with a sugar rim at La Katrina.
All right. By the way, Kathy's holiday activities list brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and you can get the activities list at PrestonandSteve.com.
Holiday activities.
They have pretty voices.
I know. And I'm trying with my voice here.
No, you're doing great.
It's still a little raspy. Okay, up next is the Christmas House in the King of Prussia Mall. It's a new indoor holiday spectacular. You can get some shopping and a holiday activity done all in one visit. So it's a walk-through Christmas experience right inside of the mall. It's in the former JCPenney location. The experience consists of individually themed rooms such as Christmas Story Cafe, the Gingerbread Room, an Elf Room, and a Snow Room where it actually snows indoors. The Christmas House will bring guests through holidays of yesteryear and today with imagery depicting various Christmas settings ranging from the North Pole with indoor snow and Santa's workshop to sets designed to replicate iconic scenes from holiday films.
I want to see that.
I took pictures in all of the rooms, but the Christmas Story room was my favorite. They really had it set up nice.
Did they replicate it?
Yeah, they had the leg lamp, the couch, and all of that. And Preston, I think on the line is Justin, who actually created this.
Okay, let's go to him right now. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How's it going?
Wonderful. So, Kathy wanted to get you on to expand a little bit on this whole activity.
All right, awesome. I would definitely support Kathy, a fellow Bucks County enthusiast.
So Justin lived in Bucks County for a while, but he created this whole thing in the mall.
Wow. So, tell us a little bit about the nature of this. Like, how big is it?
Sure. So it's about, I think we're at about 15,000 to 20,000 square feet, something like that. And it takes about 45 minutes to get through all of the rooms. We've got a dozen rooms. We even built out a full-size Blockbuster video, which has a bunch of different Christmas movies in it and VHS tapes and the old clickety-clackety clamshell Blockbuster tapes, which, kids are confused by.
When I took my son in, he was like, what is this? And we explained what the Blockbuster was, and he was like, wait, so you can't just watch the movie? You could only get it if it was there? I'm like, yes.
Yeah. All right, what are some of the other rooms? This is intriguing.
Sure. So we got a tropical room that's actually wall-to-wall sand, where you could play Nog Pong and a couple of other fun summer games. We got an indoor light show that's really cool. Walk through one of those light show tunnels, but not drive through it and get stuck in traffic, drive through a bunch of potholes. So one of the other really fun rooms is we have a Santa and Elves illusion room, where if you stand on one side of the room and someone is standing on the other side, you look like a giant, like Santa would next to an elf. and then the two of you could swap places, and one becomes the elf, one becomes Santa.
I love stuff.
that was really cool.
These are obviously a lot of selfie opportunities, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tons and tons.
Yeah, no, it was like it's set up for pictures.
Yes,
you know?
of course. Yeah.
Nice. And Justin, how long will this be running? Is it going a little bit past Christmas or just up until Christmas?
It's going a little bit past. We're open every single day and night in December.
Excellent.
And we definitely recommend people get their tickets now because we tend to sell out. So they can just go. It's ChristmasHouseKingofPrussia.com. We made the website very easy. It's just exactly what our name is. And you could also buy tickets on site if you're bopping around the mall. We're over on the second floor by Dick's and Cold Stone.
Okay. Excellent. That's awesome. Well, congratulations on a really cool event and activity for people to check out, Justin.
Thank you so much. And one thing I just want to mention as well is we have a No Family Left Out program. So our tickets are inexpensive. They're only $19.99 for kids, $24.99 for adults. But I know that these economic times are trying for many families. So if anybody has difficulty affording that, if they just go to our website and shoot us an email, we never turn a family away.
Oh,
that's really nice.
That's fantastic. And the website
beautiful.
address again, please?
I'm sorry?
What's the address that people can go to send you an email or what account they send it to you?
Sure. It's ChristmasHouseKingofPrussia.com.
Okay. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Nice work, Justin. Thank you so much for checking in and giving us the info.
Oh, no problem. Thank you guys so much. Happy holidays.
All right. Happy holidays to you. That's really cool.
Yeah, I actually forgot about the illusion room that he said where so Jace stood and he looks like the giant, and then I stood on the other side of the room where I look like this tiny little elf.
I love that.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm
it's
digging
really
this.
cute.
I'm absolutely digging this. Yes.
And there's a coupon code, Kathy10. So if you want a discount, put that in when you check out and buy your tickets. That's inside of the King of Prussia Mall.
Excellent.
Holiday activities.
Okay, so next up, and a couple of these I feel really bad because next up is historic downtown Westchester. They had their parade. We were able to mention it. It happened on Friday, but they're still, lit up for the entire season. So they transform the whole town with these dazzling lights. I mean, they're all over, and it's sponsored by Chester County Hospital Lights. It's a light up holiday weekend. So it's one of my favorite towns. Yes, I went to Westchester University, but the town is just so stunningly beautiful. So you can sip, shop, dine, and enjoy holiday activities every weekend through New Year's. The town has 6 full weekends for you to enjoy with Santa, free outdoor holiday concerts, carolers, a professional gingerbread house competition, which is actually taking place this weekend. So make sure you leave plenty of time to, shop, stop and eat, and, shop they have, one-of-a-kind boutiques there. So this Friday, December 9th, Santa is going to visit from 3:30 to 4:30 at S&T Bank. Carolers are roaming downtown, and they're going to be performing. And then this gingerbread house competition, they're actually using professional bakers to make these gingerbread houses.
That's cool.
Yeah, and it's a little competition that's going to be set up all weekend. And then on Saturday at 3 o'clock, Santa is going to make his way through town on a fire truck. You can get you can get free photos with Santa and free hot chocolate at M&T Bank on High Street at 3:30. And my coupon code, of course, you guys know my favorite restaurant in Westchester is Meatball U.
Yes.
That is my cousin Dan's restaurant.
That's
and
where I went to college.
Yes.
if you mention my name, you can get a free dessert with your purchase.
You did not go to college.
I did, but they just kept shoving meatballs in my mouth.
But he rides on a fire truck.
Ho, ho, ho.
And he's a woo woo.
Don't forget to come see me at the bank.
Woo woo. All right. Next one.
Holiday activities.
So the next one is the DuPont Hotel in Wilmington, Delaware. And this is another one that I feel really bad about because their activity was actually only a week long and it ends today.
Oh.
So I may actually put them in the list next year just so people can actually experience it. But they unveiled their après-ski inspired seasonal pop-up tent this year, and it was absolutely beautiful. They did such a nice job. Like, I walked in and I felt like it was in this like cozy, warm atmosphere. It just was decorated so beautifully.
Okay, I saw a couple pictures. This looks, and it ends today.
So it ends today. So if you
That kind of sucks.
if you're in Wilmington, if you're in Wilmington, you work there, or you can get there easily.
Take advantage of
Go
it.
for lunch or dinner today. I'm telling you, it was such a cool experience, and all it was.
Why did they just do it for 1 week?
So it's the first year. My
All right.
guess is they wanted to see how it goes,
All right.
and they're going to bring it back again
What
next
exactly exactly is it?
So they basically, across the street from the hotel, they've set up this huge tent and they turned it into, like a ski lodge, basically, where you can go. But they had different packages where you could do brunch with Santa. You could do a lunch package, a dinner package, a drink package.
Yeah.
Where you go and you sit. But the way that they decorated it, like just to go, with some friends for, for lunch or for dinner.
I'm a fan of the cozy, the whole atmosphere. I'm totally down with that.
And they had like these awesome, like holiday themed cocktails. I went at noon one day. They had a media day, so I went and they
passed out by 3.
Wait, they handed me.
Chick over there is completely hammered.
Press, they handed me this like snow globe with some white drink in it. And I was like, what is it? And they were like, oh, it's a winter martini. I was like, okay. Took a sip out of the straw. I was like, oh, I can't take another sip and drive home.
That's another like gem in our area. The Hotel DuPont is awesome. It's
Never been there.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. And another, like if you're doing a staycation or something like that, a great place to stay. Really beautiful, like old school kind of hotel. It's really pretty.
This looks gorgeous.
Yeah, it's nice.
I hope that. Well, take advantage of it today.
This place is up your alley.
Oh yeah,
it's totally
I'm down with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so if you can get there today, I would highly recommend you going. They did take reservations, but you can also walk up.
All right.
And if you bring a like hat, glove, scarf combo, they're collecting for Police Athletic League of Wilmington.
Nice.
And if you bring that, you get a free drink. So if you can go today, but if they do this again next year, this is going on my list again next year.
All right.
Ready?
Holiday activities.
And don't forget, you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. The full list is up there. The list presented by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Thank you to them for sponsoring the whole list. Okay, next up is some workshops. You guys know I love doing workshops. I love doing all these, creating these beautiful holiday decor, on my own. So Three Sisters Company is a chic farm-style home accent shop that's located in Phoenixville, and they're hosting a number of different holiday-themed workshops. So throughout the month of December, you can choose from cookie decorating, holiday charcuterie board, succulent Christmas tree, or eucalyptus wreath workshops. And she is posting them. So as I mentioned this, she's posting them. They book up quick. So if you are interested in doing this, make sure you go to her website and you book this.
That's everything. That's all you right there, man.
Right?
Every
The whole
single
thing.
one of those.
Charcuterie. What else?
Yeah.
Charcuterie, cookie decorating, succulent Christmas tree.
Jesus Christ.
And
wreath
eucalyptus
making.
wreaths.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The only thing they need to do is run Bridgerton in the background.
Seriously.
Cookies are right up your alley, man.
Yeah, so classes are BYOB. It's a great girls' day out, and their store is beautiful. So if you need some holiday decor, you can shop around after the workshops. I've got a coupon code for you. It's Kathy10, and that's good for in-store or online. They have an online shop as well. You get 10% off of your purchase through December 24th.
What's the name of that? The name of the place again?
Three Sisters Co.
Three Sisters.
And they're activating today, so you have to.
Yeah,
up
like
right now.
if you want, so she did these 3 specific classes for us because her others, I contacted her, we were talking about what she does, and they were all booked up. So she's doing these 3 classes for our listeners. So
get on it.
Yeah, if you want to do that, go to her website now.
Alrighty.
Holiday activities. Ho, ho, ho.
We're headed back to Delaware. If you're headed to your beach house or you feel like taking a trip to the Delaware beaches this holiday season, they have a great holiday activity. The Shellville Enchanted Winter Celebration is an extravagant holiday village that's set up behind the Tanger Outlets in Rehoboth Beach. So every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for the first 4 weeks, then every day from December 19th through December 31st, except for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, the Winter Wonderland is open for families to enjoy. So they did this village years ago, and it has grown into this like whole little
It's
whole
huge.
big
We're looking
village.
at a picture of it. That's, and is that when it snowed naturally, or are they creating fake snow out
No,
there?
so they do have that spot that you're looking at. They create the fake snow, and the kids can go and have a snowball fight.
Incredible.
That's amazing.
So they have everything. They have a train ride. They've got an ice skating rink. They have the snow zones. They've got a beer garden for the parents, of course.
Yeah, they didn't teach you that at Meatball U, how to make.
Oh man, I just eat meatballs.
Okay.
All right. I should have asked. They teach the professor, how could you make snow?
Yeah.
You know what he told me?
There-
Just shut up and eat your meatball.
There are 18 miniature houses full of decorations, toys, and activities. So it's a night you can go shopping. The outlets are right there.
Kathy, this looks awesome.
Yeah, it's really pretty. And Santa is there every night. Santa is there every night, but he heads back to the North Pole after December 23rd. You can grab a hot chocolate. They have live music. and most of the activities are completely free. Here's a hint for you. From 2 to 4:30, most activities are closed, but there are some that are open. The Christmas Village Playhouse, the game room, you can stroll through the maze. There's a Believe-A-Meter and the expanded snow zone. So if you have younger kids, you don't want to be there during the crowd, you can go 2 to 4:30, but the village fully opens at 5 o'clock.
Connor was scrolling through the photos on our monitor in here. Did I see roller skating there?
Or is that ice skating?
I think it's
It looked like roller skating to me. I don't know. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
They have like the synthetic.
Yeah, but they're on roller skates,
Yeah.
not blades.
Wow. What would happen if you roller skated on ice?
We should try it.
We should
give it a shot.
We should do that.
You know what? I know a professor at Meatball you could probably answer that question.
How many activities are left?
We have 2.
All right, here we go.
Holiday activities.
So holiday cupcakes are trending this season, and we have 2 places that are doing a cupcake activity. So Patty Cake's Bake Shop is teaming up with the Cardinal Hollow Winery for a holiday cupcake and wine pairing at the Lansdale Winery. On Sunday, December 11th at 2 p.m., you'll be able to taste 6 different cupcakes. So they say you're going to leave with cupcakes, because obviously you're not going to eat 6 cupcakes in one sitting.
Come on.
Come on.
I can do it.
You can.
Mind if I do.
So 6 different cupcakes, and you pair them with 6 different wines. You can.
So my God.
Yeah.
So bring some, like a thermos for your extra wine, right?
Thermos? Oh, I thought you meant for the cupcakes.
There's wine.
So this is.
Apparently, someone didn't go to Meatball.
So this is like right up my alley. I love a good cupcake, and I love wine. So
and
why
activities.
not? And activities. So why not eat a cupcake at a winery? So this specific event is only one day. It's December 11th at 2 o'clock. To book a seat, you can go to Patty Cake's Bake Shop on Facebook page, and you can follow the link to sign up for this event. She has her own little bake shop, and she has some other little things going on, but I specifically picked the one at the winery that I thought was great.
Very
to do.
nice. Yeah.
And then there's another place in Conshohocken. It's called Studio 918, and they just opened.
Is this part of the same activity?
Yep, same activity,
Okay,
because
all
it's
right.
cupcake decorating,
Gotcha.
Preston.
Okay.
It's a cupcake decorating workshop. Ages 7+, they say, can decorate 6 cupcakes and enjoy hot chocolate in the new studio space that opened. It opened just a few weeks ago. When I was doing my tour of all of these places, I went there, and they were still getting everything ready. They had yet to open. So they're open now. For this workshop, all the materials that you need to decorate the cupcakes will be provided. You're not doing the baking. They're pre-baked. You'll just be decorating. And then in addition, the studio is offering a 45-minute all-inclusive Santa experience that includes a professional mini photo shoot, a hot cocoa bar, ornament decorating for the whole family, and that's on December 10th. And then they're doing a wreath decorating workshop on December 11th.
That's popular too.
Yes, and my helpful hint is that the studio will be transformed into a winter wonderland with areas staged to take your own photos as well. So if you don't want to pay for that package, you can actually go visit their studio and take your own photos.
All right, one final activity.
Holiday activities.
And that is the portable North Pole. So this is sort of like a activity / you're going to get your kid to video from Santa. So it's a website and a mobile app that allows you to contact Santa and get a message just for your child. So children no longer have to wait until Christmas morning to find out.
Sorry I wasn't right there when you dialed in. I was in the crapper.
To find out if they're on the naughty or nice list, you can check with Santa now. So there's a fee and a price depending on what you want, but they do offer a free trial, so you can actually get a free video. Santa,
So you interact on the video and you can record that.
No, so there is an option for that, but
Okay.
no, what they do and the video that you'll see that I did for Jace is they have a picture of Jace, and Santa knows what the top gift that they want.
Wow.
And so Santa records this high quality video and sends it to you so you can show your child that they've been on the
Is it
nice
almost
list.
like a Santa cameo?
It's like a Santa cameo.
Yeah,
that's
pretty
pretty
cool.
much what it
Yeah.
is. And there's a coupon code for you with the purchase of a Magic Pass. You can enjoy savings starting at 25% through December 8th. So you have 2 days to purchase that if you'd like to do that.
Love it.
And then so that's my list, but I have a few other things. So maybe like an added bonus activity.
Yes.
Holiday activities. Ho, ho, ho.
Okay, so I just need to check my email really quick to see if they emailed me back. Okay.
xhamster.com.
No, just a couple of things. Tinseltown opened last year in Oaks, and they are they're still there. It's great. They've added new things this year. They've added a real ice skating rink.
Yes,
last
not
year
the synthetic.
Not the synthetic, so you can actually go ice skating.
We passed by it coming back from the Polar Express. That whole area is just lit up at night.
Yeah, like if you want to do a holiday light thing, like, this is perfect for you. And there is a coupon code, Kathy20. I've gotten a couple of emails that it doesn't work. It doesn't work for Saturdays. So any other day but Saturday, Kathy20 will work. And then Colebrookdale Railroad, which Steve and I talk about all the time. We go on it every year. There's a number of railroads: Westchester, New Hope, Ringos. There's another one. Everybody does, SEPTA. SEPTA. They do, like a Polar Express where kids come in their pajamas and they can take a train ride. All of them are great depending on what you want. The Colebrookdale Railroad is my favorite, Steve. I know it's your favorite. Their trains are the train cars are absolutely beautiful. I'm scrolling through my email to see if they email me back. So they were going to do a special deal for us, and this was last week when we were going to do the holiday activity. So I'm hoping that they're doing it again today. It's only for one day, so I'm going to mention it because they're pretty flexible. So it's just for today. If you want to purchase tickets to go on this train ride, they're offering 30% off of lounge tickets and 30% off of diplomat tickets. So there's different cars you can go in. They're all different prices.
And they're all themed.
They're all themed, yeah. So it's only for one day, and it's valid until tonight at 11:59 p.m. What you do is you call their number to book tickets. Don't do it online. You call, mention Kathy's Holiday Activities and WMMR, and you'll receive the discount.
All right, excellent.
And
any added?
Nope, just make sure you go to PrestonandSteve.com for the latest on my holiday activities list. It's presented to you by Acme Markets, and make sure you follow along on all of my holiday activities. I'm going to post all the pictures that I took when I go to these. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok at Kathy Romano 11, and make sure you use the hashtag when you post so that way I can see all of your photos. You can do hashtag Kathy's Holiday Activities.
This is my family that we're looking at.
That's a great picture, Steve.
And they do stuff like that, so that's in the parlor card.
So the holiday activities list is up. I want to play Kyle's song one more time because it's a waste to only have it, this one shot. But before we do that, there's a call that we need to go to real quick.
Really, we're tying this in?
Hi, caller. You're on the air. Good morning.
Welcome back, Kathy Romano.
Romano.
Gary, you sound good.
How you feel, sweetheart?
I feel better. How are you?
It's so good to have you back, sweet tea. I was so worried about you, buddy.
Buddy.
Well, we were a little worried about you last time we spoke to you, but I think you sound great.
Well, come on. I'm a good guy. I'm a keeper, man. I'm a good guy, man.
You're a keeper. So, Gary, are you doing anything for the holidays? You doing any holiday activities?
No, I called to let you know I got to keep up tradition. G-Love will be there.
What?
For the Christmas miracle.
He calls himself G-Love.
Oh, he calls himself G-Love as opposed to G-Love, the actual musician.
Yeah, I thought he was having a party and G-Love was a part of it.
A lot of my friends call me G-Love because my last name is Lauer, and I got a love tattoo on my calf muscle.
Yeah.
So it says Gary Love, G-Love.
Oh, okay.
And that was before that guy, the musician.
He ripped you off.
That guy.
That guy.
That guy.
How you doing, everybody? How are you, Steve? Preston,
Doing well.
Nick,
I'm
Casey,
good, yeah.
and my God, Marissa, you did a great job last week, sweetheart.
She's in the other room. She can hear you, but she just gave a thumbs up.
She did a great job, Kath.
Gary, so you will be at Christmas Miracle? That's
Come
what
on,
you...
man. Wild horses couldn't drive me well. I need Casey to call me off air, though.
Yeah.
I need to ask him something off air, please.
Were you invited?
Come on, man. You can't stop tradition, man.
Come on, Casey.
I mean, I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Casey can totally stop to me.
Yeah.
And actually, wild horses could drag you.
Yes.
Anyway,
Anyway.
Hey, welcome back, Kath. I truly missed you, honey. I'm so glad you're back in the saddle, sweetheart.
Thank you.
All right, Gary.
Yes, sir.
If you come to the Christmas Miracle, how are you going to get there, by the way?
That's why I need you to have Casey call me off air, please.
Oh, okay.
You can take the soul train?
He's got my phone number. I gave to the guys at the board.
Okay.
And how are you, Preston? How's your family, Shell and the kids?
Oh, they're all great. Michelle and the kids, they're doing great, man.
Even knows all your pet names.
I know they're doing.
How's Buka Bunny?
They are doing absolutely wonderful. We're excited for the end of the year and the holidays and all that good stuff.
Shell and the kids.
One more thing, Nick. How's your son, Ben?
He's great. Yeah, he's doing really well. He needs a haircut, but other than that, he's doing fantastic.
I just got mine cut for the holidays.
Yeah,
Nice. Yeah.
I'll send him to a different barber.
Did you do it pretty tight and close?
Oh, I look like a rock star.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Okay.
It's short. Looks short. I look like I'm about 35.
Okay. How old are you, by the way, Gary?
I can't kiss and tell, Preston.
Wow, that was instantaneous.
I'll tell you at the Christmas show.
Okay.
What year did you graduate high school?
I never graduated.
Ah.
I had to work.
The guy was he was working on the dock.
No, I had to work since I was 15, 16 years old.
You went straight to work.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should send Gary back to school.
Got to make ends meet. Have him get a GED.
Oh,
You know, do like Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Gary Madison.
Yeah. I like that.
I think we should.
That'd be very cool, Gary.
Yeah, everything's good, man. Everything's good in the hood, man. I got my health. If you ain't got your health, you ain't got nothing. I got good background here.
Well, that's good because the last time we did speak to you, you had an illness thing going on. We were concerned about you. Wasn't there like a
my right
toe.
calf muscle?
Your calf muscle?
My right calf muscle. I get Charlie horse up and down my leg.
Is that where your tattoo is?
Correct.
Ooh, maybe it's the tattoo.
The one that says love.
Right.
G-Love.
It says G-Love.
All right, man.
All right. Well, it's good to hear from you, Gary, and yeah, I guess we'll see you on the 21st, Casey.
We'll work it out. Unless he needs me to pick him up in Juniata Park.
Yeah, that would be nice, man.
That's not going to happen, Gary.
That's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Send me an Uber.
Send him an Uber.
We'll talk about it later.
All right, Gary.
Have him call me off air, guys.
All right.
He'll get in touch with your people.
Again, I'd like to wish happy Sweet Tea Romano. Welcome back, honey.
Thank you, Gary. I hope to see you. I hope Casey picks you up.
We got to make this happen.
We will.
Santa needs a sleigh to get there.
Gary, you won't have to be picked up by Casey if you spend the night at his house.
Yeah, I'll make the cookies.
Okay. All right, Gary, we got to go.
I know you got to go. See you later. I love you so. I love my family.
Love you, Gary. All right, we'll see you later. There he goes, Gary Lauer.
So when I hit the 3 testicles, let me just check this here because this is what plays when I hit the 3 testicles. I kid you not.
That's labeled wrong, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. So one more time, let's play Kyle's song.
Yes.
He puts in so much work to it, and this was Kathy's Holiday Activities jingle. Here we go.
Kathy's holiday activities are here to bring us all some Christmas cheer. It's this list of fun, exciting, wintry things we've looked forward to all year. We were supposed to do this list 5 days ago, but Kathy's voice, it sounded like a Chevy Tahoe. Since Dr. Mike has fixed her, she's ready to go and read this list to you. Kathy Romano's holiday activities are here, and we are all happy to find new excuses in the winter time to go drinking publicly. Kathy can show you where to see great Christmas lights and the perfect skating rink to get faced at night. We're happy that she's back at work, so hold on tight for holiday activity. Kathy's holiday activity. Yes, it's holiday activities. Ooh.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Kyle. Kyle Mack. And thank you, Kathy, for the list. Presented by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and you can indeed find all of that information at PrestonandSteve.com.
Awesome.
As we take a break, I'm going to give away another $25 gift card to Blackjack's American Pub and Grill in Birdsboro. Marissa will be there tomorrow night. That's a holiday activity for you right there. It's part of the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff. She'll be there from 7 to 9, Blackjack in Birdsboro. So we'll take caller number 16, 215-263-WMMR. We'll give you that $25 gift card, and Marissa's going to have all kinds of stuff to give away, all kinds of things to give away while she was there tomorrow night. We'll be back in a moment when we return. Ryan Airy from Screen Crush News. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Some people from Marvel who are here, just, one of their lead music editor. And, we have everyone. The whole gang is here. And then plus all this.
Is Spider-Man a pretty easy character to write for? Pretty easy franchise to write for?
Not really, because they've made a lot of Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
So you're thinking like, all right, well, I don't want to do what was done, and this is a whole new sort of approach to the character that they're taking, which is much more in line with what the original comics were.
Right.
You know, high school kid, bitten by a spider, the whole thing. And the nice thing is it's not a full-on origin story.
Right.
So, but we all know
Yeah.
who Spider-Man
We've
is.
seen it, and we've had it a couple of times, yeah.
So they're able to just kind of get into the movie and have some fun with it. And the kid, Tom, I call him a kid, but Tom Holland, he's incredible. He is just such a good Spider-Man. I think everyone's going to love him so much.
Another Brit playing an American character.
Yeah,
by
well,
the
you know,
way.
they got amazing actors over
Yeah,
there, right?
it's true.
Come on.
Where are
Benny
we?
Hill show.
Right.
I mean, it's all...
The list starts there.
Yeah.
So where are we in the movie making process with Spider-Man: Homecoming?
They are still... They're still editing slightly. You know, now from now on, I think they'll be, maybe the picture will change slightly with trims and different things like that. But what they're really working on now is finishing all the visual effects.
Okay.
Getting all of that stuff, as you saw today, a lot of the shots in there.
Yeah.
You could still see wires hooked up to him.
Yeah.
You could still see or like a sort of a previs of Spidey.
Which I think is crazy to us because we think of by the time the ads start running, the movie's
That's
in the
done.
can, it's
No.
done, it's ready to go. And it's not.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the music
no.
hasn't even been added to it yet. There's all these visual things that need to be
There's
fixed.
so much still going on in the film at this point, and it comes out in July, so it's just, you know, there's not much time left.
Wow.
But it's the way it always is
Yeah.
nowadays with films, you know. It also depends on the filmmaker, depends on the director. Certain directors are much more, no, this is my film, that's it, it's done. Other ones are like, they want to keep changing it and keep trying different things, see if they can improve it. You know, everyone is different in the creative process, so you sort of have to be adaptable to whatever that process is. And every time you're on a film, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I'll bet.
You know.
Another one of the amazing things that you don't realize until you see what goes on behind the scenes is the musicians that you have here. What Michael was telling us earlier is that basically they came in, they sat down, they're given the music, they start recording it. They haven't rehearsed it. They haven't rehearsed it on their own, much less with each other.
No, they haven't seen any of this music at all. I mean, they come in, they sit, that's how good they are.
Yeah.
You have to be as good a player to be able to come down, sit down, and whatever is put in front of you, you have to be able to play it.
And to
no matter
listen
what
to
is.
it, we would never be able to tell. 'Cause
No.
we,
Yeah.
we were sitting here watching the process, which is incredible. But to listen to it, you would think they've been rehearsing for days or weeks on
Yeah,
end.
no.
Could you do it?
Could I? It depends. I did jump in on a cue on the Planet of the Apes when the piano player was stuck
Yeah.
in traffic. But it was an easy cue, so
All
I
right.
got in there and I did that, and that was fine. But most of the stuff these guys do, it's such a specialized thing.
Yeah.
I kind of went in. I didn't do the performance route. I went into the composing and orchestrating and all of that instrumentation, that route. So all my time is spent there.
Right.
So my I used to be able to play a lot better, but the more I write, the less I play,
Yeah.
and so my fingers are rusty. But I get
Understand.
around it. It's fine.
Now, while you have this going on, you're in the thick of that, are you able to juggle other projects at the same time? Work on
Well-
completely diametrically opposed,
You mean like
storylines
maybe
and
films with apes or in it?
Yeah,
or something like that? Yeah.
For example, one that comes to mind.
Yeah, I just literally a week ago finished Planet of the Apes. We actually have one more day of recording on the 25th for Planet of the Apes.
Wow.
But that's just we're going to catch the end credits and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the film was done, and that was this past Friday. And then here we are doing this. So.
Right.
You don't always want it to be like that, you know. But it's been a crazy schedule the last couple of months, and but luckily, like who I'm working on Apes with, Matt Reeves, is such a good friend, and we've done everything together. He did Cloverfield, a film called Let Me In, the last Planet of the Apes, and this one. And right now he's scheduled to do the next Batman. So
Wow.
So he's such a great filmmaker, such a good guy. So I love working with him, and he's very understanding about everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
And they're very kind about that. So we make room for it.
I was talking to Curtis, who is your assistant.
Yeah,
or-
Curtis is great. Curtis is a friend of the family, but also an incredibly talented musician. And what he does is he tracks all of the percussion changes. Because what we do, a lot of times when we're using big rhythm sections like this,
Yeah.
you know, we change things all the time. Change this, change that, do this, play that. Or they may pick a certain type of snare to play. It may say snare in the score, but we don't always know which snare they're taking. So what he does is tracks. Okay, they took this snare, and they did that. So that way we can update our score. So when we would walk out of here at the end of the day, it's exactly what we did.
Okay.
It reflects exactly what we did here today.
It's interesting to hear the changes on the fly too, because you'll do a version of it one way, and then you'll add an electric cello or an electric guitar or something like
Take
that.
something out.
Take something out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to hear very subtle differences. And is that just something where something feels right for you?
Yeah.
You
I'm
go
just
with that?
listening to it, and I'm like, nah, that's not going to be right for this scene.
Yeah.
Because it's always about, you want to track what's emotionally happening in the scene and make sure whatever the music's doing is reflecting that. So sometimes if, the first time you play it through, the percussion guys, they pick something, they do it, you go, okay, that's not exactly right. Or sometimes it's spot on what you want.
Right.
But it's always keeping an eye out for that to make sure. It can't ever be about like, oh, I like this music I wrote, and we're just going to do whatever I want. It's got to be what is right for the film, what's right for the picture.
Well, as a composer, you have to be able to hear it without ever hearing it as you're writing it,
Yes.
because these guys haven't seen it, they haven't played it, meaning you haven't heard it. I'm sure you have a keyboard that
We
you
have a
work on, you
keyboard,
get
we
an
have
idea.
mock-ups, we get, I can do orchestral mock-ups or with fake French horns and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's more so that the filmmakers can see it and hear it with an idea of what is going to be happening behind it.
Right.
But on a score like this, it's very tough because so much of what's going on, as you saw in that room over there, how are you ever going to mock that up to let anyone hear it? And part of my job is being a salesman, saying, trust me.
Yeah.
This sounds like crap right now,
Yep.
but when we get in that room with those guys, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
And you can't really do that. It doesn't work so much on an orchestral score. Orchestral score, they play what you write.
Right.
But when you have rhythm guys involved, they are just,
Yeah.
they add their personality to it.
Especially a legend named Alex Acuna, who is playing on this film. Who
He almost lost his mind.
Yeah, he's a legend. I'm a drummer. I've been reading about him and listening and stuff since I was a teenager. So it was pretty cool to meet him and to watch him work in there. Thanks for letting me go in that room.
I know.
While they were.
They're so nice. Him and Walter.
Yeah.
They're amazing, and they're always a pair. Like they've been working on my films for ever.
And so you use them regularly?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Well, he's played on everything.
He's worked with Elvis. He's worked with McCartney. He's worked with legends over the years, and now he's doing this.
And now he's with me.
Yeah.
Sadly, he's like, yeah.
He's getting a check though, right?
Yeah, he's getting a check.
It's all good. How long do you guys anticipate working on the Spider-Man?
We have this afternoon, we're gonna do some a band afternoon where we have like the rhythm guys doing some rock stuff for some cues. And then we have 3 more days of recording, and then maybe a half day after that.
See, in the scheme of it all, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of time to me, as opposed to, filming is a different story, and they shoot a lot and then cut it down to what they want. But I was surprised to hear it was only like 3-4 days, maybe 5, something like that, and then you're done.
Yeah, that's it.
There's a lot of work leading up to it.
I spend maybe on both of these I did fairly quickly, so I might spend 3, you want 8 weeks to write a score. Sometimes you don't have 8 weeks. But anywhere between 4 to 8 weeks. Wow. Star Wars, I had 4.5 weeks. Now it was a nightmare because of the schedule, the way the schedule was.
4.5 weeks to write?
To write the whole thing.
It's not like it's an iconic movie.
Yeah, it's not. You can mess that one up. Throw it on the pile.
No one will ever notice.
God, that's crazy.
So that was probably the craziest it's ever been. This was a little more flexible, which was nice, even though they were on top of each other.
Yeah.
And that was Star Wars happened literally finishing Doctor Strange and then the next day going right on the Star Wars. So it was pretty brutal, but it was a lot of fun. Come on, every morning I look up, there's stormtroopers on I was like, yeah, this is awesome. So,
It's really cool to be a part of this. But, like for us in the Marvel universe and all of these we were huge fans of Lost, and we did a weekly recap, and you've been working with J.J. Abrams forever. Yeah. And so just to be a small part of the viewing audience of this kind of thing it's not lost on us how cool this is.
It's cool because no one gets to see this side of it.
Right.
No one ever gets to visit this stuff. That's why I was always telling you, come on, you got to come out. You got to see what happens here. You got to do this. So
and here we are.
Yeah,
we made it.
You did it.
Speaking of Doctor Strange, I was at the movie. Credits come up and it says music, and I didn't know you'd done the music. Music by Michael Giacchino. I'm like, friend of the show, friend of the show.
You were sitting right next to me. You're like, Giacchino, friend of the show. We know that guy. So you did that. You did Rogue One last year. You have Spider-Man and Apes this year, and then we were talking a little bit earlier about some of the other ones that are coming up. I don't know if you're allowed to say or not.
Yeah, some yes, some no. But I have Incredibles 2 actually is coming up. I'll start writing that probably in the fall. And then also after that is Jurassic World 2.
Wow.
Right after that. So now we'll be doing that around this time next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a little busy.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But the biggest of the bigs out there. I mean, like these are tentpole movies.
Small little movies.
Right,
Very
indies.
small. I only work on independent films that, that's small stuff.
Who would have knew a kid from South Jersey, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Look at that
See,
guy.
I know how to sneak into places.
Sneaking into the vet.
Yeah, exactly.
Spectrum.
I know how to do all
You
that.
learn how to do it.
Sneak into
awesome.
Hollywood. I know how to do it.
Do you think you'll ever do any more live scoring with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Man or anything
We
like
want
that?
to,
Oh,
yeah,
that'd be
absolutely.
great.
We'd love to do the third Star Trek film with them. Absolutely, because we did the other ones. We'd love to do that one.
They're so much fun, and the Man is a great place to see anything, to witness anything. But when you get the live scoring, last year I went and saw Back to the Future.
That was fun,
and
right?
It was a blast.
It's
you know,
so much fun to do. We're trying to get Road One figured out where we're going to do that because we're preparing that. But yeah, we're always looking to do that kind of stuff. We want to do Up. We want to do. There's so many. And that's what's so nice about the films I get to work on. They're the kind of things where you can take them to an audience like that, and people will come and see them. Because the Pixar films are amazing, and these other, they're all just fun movies that you want to go and hang out and have fun watching. So.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for having us here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. We're excited.
Glad you came.
Taking the lunch break, then going back to work. So, Michael Giacchino.
Nice job.
Yes.
What caused a herd of cows to jump to its death from a cliff in Switzerland last week?
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest is joining us via Zoom, and he is with Screen Crush. Fantastic YouTube channel.
Probably the most comprehensive and informative. I mean, they know their stuff.
It's where I go when I need further explanation about something, about Easter eggs or whatever it may be, or I know there's something more to this.
Well,
I always go to them.
if you're looking for 12 Easter eggs, they're going to provide you with 1,000.
Please welcome Ryan Airy, host of Screen Crush News. Hey, Ryan, how you doing, man?
I'm great. Thanks for having me on, guys. Thanks for the nice words about me and the channel Screen Crush. I appreciate it.
No problem. We're amazed at the work you guys do. It's incredible what a fine-tooth comb you use to go through movies and shows.
I haven't slept since 2012.
I'm sure. So I want to dive right in because I was just reading a review you posted about Avatar. The Way of Water. So this is obviously massive, blockbuster film, and the question has arisen amongst us here who were fans of Avatar. Do we want to see more of this? Have we already seen enough of Pandora, and what more can we get out of it?
Well, I'll be honest. Like about a month ago, I was like, who asked for this? Because the first one came out, and then we enjoyed it. We forgot about it. Then I rewatched it for the first time in a decade, probably like a lot of people. And I was like, actually, man, like the main criticism I've heard on Twitter about Avatar #1 is, it's Dances with Wolves in space with Fern Gully, and which is true. It's an incredibly simple story we've seen before, but that's actually a strength because you think about all the weird stuff the first movie has to do. Like, okay, there's these big blue bodies and people can run around in them, and then there's this atmosphere and this world, and it's all these weird things. You need a simple story with pretty simple motivations in that. And one thing I really enjoyed about The Way of Water is the world is even more complex. The visual effects, like you said, is there more of Pandora we need to see? Well, you literally go underwater in Pandora. There's new cultures, there's new animals and things like that. And just the whole thing with the planet being alive, and it all kind of gets more formulated. But also the story is much less simple than the first one. It's a family story because Jake and Neytiri have had children. And you're kind of more seeing them in the role of father and mother and trying to raise them in this environment. I won't spoil what happens in the movie. Everything I just said is in the trailers. I will say the first 10 minutes, game changer.
Whoa,
10,
wow.
15. I wasn't looking at my watch, but like the opening sequence, pretty great. Pretty great. There's a real escalation in the world that you're going to want to see.
Okay.
Well, Cameron, he's an amazing filmmaker. He basically, when he sets to work on making a film, he also resets the technology, redefines the way things are done, whether it be The Abyss or Titanic or Terminator 2 or Avatar. And at a point, I think these movies become, very much experiential because, of course, the incorporation of the 3D is very, very important. Avatar alone helped sort of create the home TV 3D industry. My question is that, and Cameron has posed the question, with the budget of these movies, there's 3 planned, and apparently most of the third is already shot. The amount of money this movie needs to make to validate it is substantial. Do you think it will?
Well, I think Cameron's exact quote, I won't say the exact quote because he uses some salty language, but he said, basically it has to become the 3rd or 4th highest grossing film of all time to make its money back, which is only James Cameron could go into a project and say that. And you're right, James Cameron's a perfectionist. In my opinion, he's never made an outright bad movie. You could probably trim about 20 minutes off of this one, but that's another discussion. The big challenge this movie's going to have is, are people going to go to the theater in the same way they went in 2009, just post-pandemic? I do think it's an experience that I would not enjoy this as much at home. Like for me, I saw it at a screening. We had 3D glasses. I would never ordinarily choose to watch a movie in 3D, but this one I tweeted, go see it, big screen, 3D, because frankly, what else you got going on? You know, like Willow's a really good show, but watch Willow next week.
Well, speaking of
Avatar.
Speaking of good shows, Ryan, I loved Andor. For me, it was the best live action Star Wars TV show to date by far. The other ones were okay. I liked them, but I loved the story arc in Andor. And part of the reason why I liked it so much was that they gave it time. They gave it 12 episodes. Each episode was like 45 minutes to an hour long, and they were able to tell this story that was in large part news story. You're not relying on the Luke Skywalker saga anymore. What were your thoughts about Andor?
Andor is the best Star Wars since 1980, since The Empire Strikes Back. I did not. This is a show everybody was like, oh, nobody asked for this. And then about 2 episodes in, I was like, oh my God, it's like one of those, it's a dessert you've never tried before. And you're like, I don't know, it looks kind of weird. It's got fruit in it. And then you eat it and you're like, oh my God, this is the best Star Wars I've had in ages. One thing that made Andor really succeed for me was, like you just mentioned, it's not tied to everything else. It's not like the Book of Boba Fett, which was fun, but it's like, how many times do we have to go to Tatooine, And Andor, we're seeing new planets. It's a new story that, frankly, you don't ever have to have seen Star Wars to enjoy it. Like, you could just be like, okay, I get it. These are the good guys. These are the bad guys. Let's go. Because it's a real adult spy political thriller story. And man, it just drew me in. Like the writing in that. There's a whole episode that's just dialogue, building up the characters. So in the next episode, the heist episode, you really care if people die. How many TV shows have you seen where you're like, okay, or even movies, you're like, all right, I kind of know who this guy is, and that one's probably going to, you don't really care. But Andor, they are people.
Well, they're
really fighting for a cause. They're making sacrifices.
There's super crisp dialogue. There are actual exchange where there's actual plotting and there's manipulation and there's the intricacy of that. I happen to put Rogue One at Empire level. I think it for me, what it managed to do, it actually added, I think, more gravitas to A New Hope. Once you realize what they had to go through to make that happen. The series has obviously it's prequel stuff because it leads, we know eventually what will happen. But with that, I was having this conversation, Ryan, about the glut of stuff. You mentioned the Book of Boba Fett, and I think there was an actual somebody over at Disney, perhaps even Kevin Feige himself over with Marvel, said maybe we need to slow down the production because, and Preston and I were talking about this. Stuff seems to have less. I used to be like, this is an event. I'm going. I gotta see this, and now it's like, I'll get to it when I get to it.
Yep, same way.
Yeah, I think they've, especially on the Marvel end, they've diluted the brand a little bit. And I wouldn't necessarily say they diluted it from quality more from quantity, like you said. And I had heard rumblings from Disney. I didn't know if there was an exact quote from somebody. Part of the thing is, like, it has been pretty non-ceasing all year, which is great for me and what I do because I can constantly make these Easter egg videos. But I think about something like She-Hulk and I go, well, it's 9 episodes. It probably could have been a little shorter. Or we actually had a gap in August and part of the problem is too, we had that very like Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, Marvel, like all this stuff happened at the exact same time at the end of the year instead of maybe stretching it a bit. I will say though, that it's interesting that now we're hearing, oh, do we have too much of this? When how many lawyer shows are on TV?
Right.
Like how many doctor shows are on TV? So they're finally making like a glut of content for me. So I love it. But you're right. It does not feel like everything's a must-see event like it used to.
Well, you know what? A question that keeps popping up from a lot of people, and you know, for us, we're definitely into this. But a lot of people say, for example, with the Marvel properties, the shows, it's like, well, is this must-see viewing for the next movie? And I think people are getting confused about what they have to be absolutely apprised of before they go into a movie, and that could actually be hurting box office, because I think you've seen with Thor: Love and Thunder and with the Multiverse of Madness, there are substantive drop-offs very quickly. You have a pretty decent opening, and they're not holding up the way they had held up in the past.
Yeah, and we actually have a video. I think we just finished it up yesterday. It's going to be on Screen Crush this week, that talks about like phase 4 fatigue. Like if you add up all the hours in phase 4, it's 50. I think it's more than phases 1 through 3 combined.
Yeah.
I've read that. I didn't compile that. So if that's wrong, fact check me, nerds. I think what ultimately I would tell people is like, look, they're going into different genres. Werewolf by Night's a horror movie. You know, Moon Knight's more of this like mystical Indiana Jones thriller. You don't necessarily have to see every single hour of everything for every movie. I would say that when the Avengers Kang Dynasty comes up and Avengers Secret Wars, if you hopefully if you have seen those, you'll be rewarded. Just like in Avengers Endgame, if you had seen Agent Carter, you were like, oh, that's Jarvis, that's young Jarvis there. But if you haven't, hopefully the movies do a good enough job of like really just, okay, so you know those things, like the big tentpole things, and you can move on from there. I would say if I'm going to tell somebody to watch anything so far, it would be Loki. I think Loki is going to be like the key to everything Marvel's doing.
You know what? I was disappointed in Loki. And some of them. Listen, it's all subjective. I get it. You know, and some of the things that people raved upon, I was less than thrilled. Oddly enough, as we finish off Phase 4, Werewolf at Night and the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special are way up there for me. And I'm like, wow, because there were some major properties that were released during this phase that I didn't walk away from feeling as good as I did after seeing those. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And like I have said many times, Thor Ragnarok is by far my favorite Marvel movie, Marvel Cinematic Universe movie. And I thought Love and Thunder was a little too silly. I think Taika Waititi kind of undermined himself a little bit. Like it was a little too much of a good thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And, you know, Wakanda Forever was bittersweet because we're all mourning alongside with the actors during that. But I thought it was a really well-made film. But those two special presentations that you mentioned, I think that's what you might see Marvel do in the future. They might take some of the projects like Moon Knight probably. I sure did like Moon Knight, those last 2 episodes. But Moon Knight probably could have been reworked into a special presentation.
Yeah.
The TV show Armor Wars is being turned into a movie. Which I think is if they think that's a good thing, it's probably a great thing, you know. Some other things like Secret Invasion, I'm really glad are going to be a TV series, because Secret Invasion is this like episodic spy thriller where every episode you get pulled in a little bit further. I hope from the trailer that's what the impression I'm getting is.
Okay. Switching gears a little bit, I'm on the second viewing of Wednesday. I loved it so much. I wanted to get your personal opinion on that show.
Wednesday's a great example of how like our reboot culture can work really well. You know, how it takes like this old idea that's kind of familiar and you go, oh yeah, I've seen the Addams Family, or I saw those movies. And then you go, oh wait, but let's do this. We've never really gotten Wednesday, you know, like the Addams Family Part 2, the movie really shines when she goes to summer camp.
Yes.
And the fact that they said, no, let's expand this world. Let's get her out. Let's put her up against the normies again. Like that's
Right.
the stuff that really worked in that film. And I'm the cast is incredible too. Like they really nailed it. Like once again, reinventing these characters for a new generation. It seems like every 20, 30 years we get our new version of the Addams Family. So I really enjoyed it.
With Netflix having this success, because it's I think it's the third most watched show, English speaking watch show of all time so far. You see them maybe looking at other ensemble casts and taking a single character, plucking a character out, and focusing in on them. And if so, what do you think would be some good properties to look into?
Oh man, that's okay. You blindsided me with that.
Sorry about that.
That's no. On my feet. I'm really bad at thinking on my feet, but let's go. I do think that'd be really cool. And it, you know, like I don't know. Let's get weird for a second. I've never seen the show Riverdale, but I used to read the Archie comics all the time.
Yeah, I watched
Let's
it.
get a Jughead show, man.
There you go.
Jughead
Yeah.
going around like trying to eat food and avoid women.
But Jughead was actually one of the more engaging characters on Riverdale. I'll tell you something. You there's a point I think that runs through both these topics, and you mentioned Willow earlier. I was not as thrilled. I think what we're seeing a lot, at least I get the feeling, Ryan, is that a lot of fans are reacting to what is sort of a perceived bait and switch, where and if you're going to be cynical, I really like to open my mind and heart up to these things because it's all about these fantastical journeys that we can go on. But a lot of times you'd hate to think that they're getting us here simply by throwing the word Willow. We're gonna capitalize on Willow and not give you a lot of what you might have enjoyed about that original experience. Even with like Rings of Fire, which I tried mightily. Rings of Power, I should say, tried mightily to get into. I could not. So what's your experience, and do you think there is a little bit of bait and switch at work here to get these properties in front of audiences?
Well, I'm enjoying Willow so far. I've only seen the first 3 episodes like everybody else. For me, Willow kind of captures the spirit of the original. The opening of this episode, this last one goes 10,000 years ago in about 3 weeks. So they kind of like have that tongue-in-cheek fun with it. So I'm getting what I want from Willow.
Okay.
Rings of Power was a little frustrating because like it's beautiful, it's expensive, and the actors are great, and it's all there. But I don't know why these streaming shows constantly feel like they have to go back to this mystery box format.
Yeah.
Maybe because WandaVision was such a smash, we were like, what's going on what's happening? But now it seems like every show, Hawkeye, have to have a mystery, I would have much rather just seen like not had who is this? Like everybody was like immediately, that's Gandalf, from the first episode. So it wasn't even that fun of a reveal.
Yeah.
And when half of your plot, like Picard season 1 was terrible about this, when half of your plot is what's the mystery, and you go back and rewatch it, it's kind of boring because they're not building up the character development around it. That being said, the Harfoots in Rings of Power, Galadriel's journey, like there was a lot to love in there, and I hope they build on it in season 2. When we no longer have to go, well, gosh, who's this and who's that? It's not my favorite kind of storytelling.
Right. I love the storytelling in House of the Dragon. I thought they did a really good job at rebooting that series. I don't even know if it's a reboot at this point because it's just Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones ended not that long ago. But I thought that the way they did the storytelling in that was really well done. It sort of honored what Game of Thrones was. With a lot more dragons and a lot of action.
Right.
What were your thoughts on House of the Dragon?
Well, House of the Dragon did a really smart thing in the first episode. So, for one thing, the first episode established the entire theme of the series. And I don't know if the first Game of Thrones series had a uniting theme. The theme of the series is basically women being second-class citizens in Westeros, like only being used to breed male heirs. And so the whole series is about challenging that expectation. And it's all laid out very neatly in a few different ways. But the really smart thing they did in the first episode was when King Viserys is talking to Rhaenyra and he says, hey, here's Aegon's prophecy. Here's this dagger. Here's this thing about the long night. So immediately they tie the first episode of this prequel to the last episode of the last few episodes of the sequel, and it gives everything new meaning. New meaning for the original series that we all loved and mostly enjoyed, and new meaning for this series where we're going, oh, I see how it fits. And oh my God, this is so tragic because everybody thinks that they're doing the right thing because we all want to stop these ice zombies in the future. I thought that was great. And it added so much weight and expectation to every episode.
Well, the other big news is James Gunn now heading up DC. And DC is, they're certainly looking to regroup. The news is on the Flash movie that audience testing has been phenomenal with that. Yet Ezra Miller, I don't see any way he continues as the Flash, or he's just a liability. What have you heard about how that's going to proceed, and what the advance word is on the Flash film?
I haven't heard. I don't have many connections in the industry. So I haven't heard anything definite. I probably got the exact same news you have. I have heard those screens are phenomenal, and obviously Ezra Miller has become kind of a toxic individual for the studio to attach their major brands to. Here's what I think. I'm, for one thing, over the moon about James Gunn running the show.
Yeah.
To me, it seems like a lot of the decisions that DC Films and Warner Brothers have made have been like guys in suits who've never picked up a comic book in their lives. That's just the impression that I get from looking at it. as an outsider. James Gunn, major comic fan, knows how to work these properties. And more importantly, like, will give the creators the time and space that they need to like make this happen. And Marvel, when they're at their best, like saying to Ryan Coogler, here's the keys, drive the car, do whatever you want with it. So I'm excited about James Gunn. As far as The Flash, the story that movie's based on is called Flashpoint. Long story short, the Flash wants to go save his mother's life. She died when he was a kid. He travels back in time to change it. Of course, time always bites back. And then all of a sudden, all this stuff in the future changes. Batman's no longer Bruce Wayne. It's Thomas Wayne. Really messes everything up. So then after that, DC spun off all their books into a new line called the New 52, which some of them are great. Some of them, not so great, but they're all a lot of fun to read. This New 52 storyline was like a soft reboot for the universe. And I think that's the smart thing for Warner Brothers to do now. If they want to like reform this and not necessarily be tied to this version of Aquaman or this origin story for Wonder Woman, however they want to do it, this is the chance to do it. You could even kind of come out of Flashpoint and just after that have a new Flash, or rewrite the ending to where Flash just looks different at the end of it. Or they could go, what was the movie with Kevin Spacey where they added Christopher Plummer all the way through?
It was about the Getty family. It was, God, what was the name of that movie?
It's killing me.
Yeah, but he
I almost said Where the Money Is, but that's a Paul Newman movie.
Right, yeah.
Anyways, they could do something like that, but it would be so costly to do that. But then again, you're talking about a studio that gave Zack Snyder $75 million.
Yeah.
To do a director's cut that went straight to a streaming service. So I have no idea how that works cost effectively for them. I still want to see the movie. I would like to see it with somebody else in the lead role.
It's all the money in the world. We looked up the title. Marissa just gave.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
How about Indiana Jones? Here we go. I'm excited about this. I'm hoping for good things based off the trailer. What do you think so far, Ryan?
Well, look at the lineup. I mean, Phoebe Waller-Bridge is great. James Mangold doesn't know how to make a bad movie. And Jez Butterworth, the screenwriter, wrote the best Broadway play I've ever seen. It's called The Ferryman. It was 3 hours, and you wouldn't know it. Like, it's the only play I've ever walked out of where I was like, I know the name of every character in that play. It's incredible. So, yeah, Dial of Destiny looks terrific. I'm one of these people, like, I don't out and out hate Crystal Skull. I just like Indiana Jones. Like, throughout that movie, I was like, happy to see what Indy had been up to, hearing that he was in the OSI, during World War II. The monkey Tarzan chase, pretty bad. A lot of it's got its clunker points, don't get me wrong.
Yep.
I actually kind of hated seeing the Ark of the Covenant in the beginning way more than I hated anything else in the movie because it just further dilutes Raiders. But I'm very excited for Dial of Destiny. Like, I think Lucasfilm went, okay, so Disney said, we bought this franchise. We can't get a lot out of it because it's so tied to Harrison Ford, but let's really give him that last great movie. I think that we're going to get a great send-off for the character. And it looks like it takes place in 1969. So we're seeing Indy in different eras and tied into the moon landing, and there's still Nazis around and crazy.
And speaking of Harrison Ford, I mean, it's interesting to see him enter the MCU with Thunderbolts. And what's the status where that franchise goes, and the making of sort of like this secondary anti-heroes with the Thunderbolts and all of that line of characters?
Harrison Ford needs to take a nap. The man is really like, he's on a Yellowstone show too, right?
Yeah, he's got
what the heck?
Yeah.
TV shows are hard.
Yeah.
And he's full throttle, man, typical pilot.
As long as he doesn't nod off behind the wheel of his plane.
Right.
Again.
Yeah.
Or wait, did he nod off? Yeah. Whatever happened with that plane crash. I have a Harrison Ford story, actually. I'm not trying to dodge the Thunderbolts question. A friend of mine, a friend of a friend, right, guys? I swear this is totally true.
Yeah.
A friend of mine in college lived in West Virginia, I think in Parkersburg, and his friend worked in a pharmacy, and there was a small airfield outside of town, and he's like in like Parkersburg, very small city. The most famous person to ever come through Parkersburg is me, which is saying something because I am not famous.
Yeah.
So he's in this pharmacy, he's working, he looks up, and there's Harrison Ford like buying some stuff because he had to do an emergency land at the airport, and he went, and Harrison Ford just like shook his head and put his finger up to his lips like, oh. He's like, okay. And he gave him a little wink, and then he left. And I'm like, I know that story's true because that's what Harrison Ford would do.
That's cool.
Thunderbolts is interesting because, like, okay, the character Thunderbolt Ross, William Hurt from Marvel movies, he's a character you could have easily killed off screen after William Hurt passed away. You could have very easily said, okay, he's not anymore. But the fact that they're like, no, we got to get Harrison Ford in this thing, means that character, they really have something cool planned for him in that movie and going forward. In the comics, Thunderbolt Ross becomes a Hulk. He becomes Red Hulk. I don't know if I can see Harrison Ford slapping on a pair of mocap pajamas and having a camera. But maybe he does. Maybe he's like, look, in my storied career, this is something I've never done. Bill Murray decided to do a Marvel movie just to see what it was like. Maybe he wants to do that. I don't know. But like at the very least, I think we're going to see him kind of rise up. We did a video about this on Screen Crush as sort of this like antagonistic character who is maybe behind the U.S. government wanting the Wakanda's vibranium. Also, in Wakanda Forever, they kind of make allusions to the president this, the president that, and there was like a crawl that had the name of the president, but I'm also like, could the president be Harrison Ford? Is Harrison Ford the vice president, and the president ends up being a Skrull alien from space, so he becomes the president? Are we going to see like what happens when this like megalomaniac control freak who hates superheroes becomes president of the United States? Because in the MCU, the politics are kind of over there, you know?
Yeah. No, you're
we
right.
don't really know who the president is. It was Haywood from Shawshank Redemption for a long time. You know, he was kind of over there.
Right,
listening to Hank Williams in the Oval Office. And now we're like, that was Harrison Ford. So I'm really excited to see what they do with him there.
Okay, interesting. All right, well, it's a lot of good stuff and a very exciting time to be a fan of geeky stuff like this. We love it, and we're so glad that you guys are there to break it down for those of us who don't pick up on every little thing. So Screen Crush is just a great spot for you to go and delve into all of these things. It's wonderful. So we appreciate the heads up, Ryan, and I'm sure we'll talk to you in the fairly near future and check in on some stuff coming up down the road. All right?
We got a lot to talk about. So much coming out.
Excellent. We appreciate it. All right, Ryan Airy, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Screen Crush News. Have a great holiday, my man, and we'll talk to you another time. That's awesome. He's forgotten more than we'll ever know.
Well, that's his everything.
That is his
job.
Profession. Yep. All right, we should take another break. A reminder, we have a secret text word today. We have the the Flyers Santa sack to give away, and that does include some tickets in there. And these are cool packages that you can actually give away as gifts, but make sure you text the word secret to 39333. We'll have a shot at winning before the program is up. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Oh, an utter catastrophe. Oh, my God. It's been a while. But the return of the utter catastrophe joke.
I never see that setup coming. I get these stories ready to go in the morning and sometimes think, I wonder what Steve will say about this.
But they don't know what moved them to do that?
Man, we're milking this one.
No one knows what may have steered them off of the cliff.
It just doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Still going.
Before they had to hoof it out.
All right.
Okay.
What else you got?
Teats. All right, anyhow, the 13 Heron cows broke.
The crowd loved it.
I did. They did.
You can hear the applause.
Broke out of their pen, ran towards a cliff, and either fell or threw themselves off the 50-meter drop last Wednesday night. Wow. 12 of them died. The 13th actually survived, probably because it landed on the others, but was injured and taken to an animal hospital. The cows broke through several lines around the pasture before finding themselves on the ridge. They fell into the void as though they were forced into it. The president of Farming Insurance Company in the region told the paper, in total, the cows were thought to be worth about 20,000 francs.
They're saying the remaining cow's odds are half and half.
Oh. God.
Got one more.
Oh, my God. That one I actually like. Okay. That was good. They belong, even though it was cheesy.
It's a dairy product.
That's right. So they belonged to several owners, but were all grazing on land belonging to a local couple who said that they thought some kind of predator must have chased the beasts off the cliff.
That must have been one hell of a predator. It's not.
Yeah.
They're not even considering a suicide cult.
Nevertheless, the behavior was
a bovine suicide cult.
Yeah. I think they need to consider all.
We're just cows.
In a new study, the finding of which was published in the Journal of Molecular Psychiatry.
Yeah, I get it all the time.
Has said that women are more likely to have a mind-reading gene mutation that gives them the ability to read a person's thoughts and emotions by looking at their eyes. The scientists found that the genetic variants on chromosome 3 in women are associated with their ability to read the mind in the eyes, known as cognitive empathy.
Yes.
Which is an interesting term.
Yeah, I could see that, though.
Yeah.
Do you find that you're intuitive, Kathy? Like when, for example, Dennis sees your Target bill. Can you see into his eyes?
No, but I think I could look, and more so though with men than women. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, if it was a girlfriend of mine, I'm not sure that I would necessarily be able to tell. Maybe that's because we're I don't know, better at hiding
cancel each other out
or something like that. But yeah, and not and like maybe you guys too, or other men that I'm close with.
Do you want to see my defensive face so that I can show?
Yeah, let's see if I can.
Right, Preston?
Yeah, you look stupid.
Yeah.
I know that face.
I go gump. I'm going gump.
I'm going dumb. I'm going gump. She'll never break through.
I gotta go gump on this one, or she'll be on to me. I don't know.
You know what? I don't find myself trying to think too much about trying to read people. Casey reads people a lot, I think. Do you notice that about yourself, Casey?
Yeah, well, I was a communications major, so.
That's where they teach you to read people.
Yeah,
no, but
exactly.
I find that Casey reads people a lot and can say that, he's lying or he's thinking about something else.
Hey, Preston.
Yep.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Hold it up.
Look into my eyes. What's the picture of?
It's a penis. I knew it. Steve, I didn't even see you.
All right.
That's just because you guys are in love.
That's just because I know.
Let me do it. All right.
You going to draw a picture?
Yes.
Dude, I totally nailed that.
Yes, you did.
What else would you draw? I almost said butthole.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Steve drew a picture of, what is it? A penis. A hairy penis.
I knew it was
hairy balls.
I drew it with hairy balls.
Okay. All right.
Kathy, you going to draw something?
Yeah.
Well, Kathy should be able to divine.
You know what? Yeah.
And all of you are going to draw a penis. Any guy here in this entire place is going to draw a penis. So
I won't draw a penis.
You're lying.
I promise.
All right.
Kathy.
All right.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Kathy, really look into
Casey's eyes. Okay.
Okay.
It's a dog's penis.
No.
Am I close?
Preston.
All right.
What did I draw?
This time you drew a butthole.
No, I drew boobs.
Okay.
Nick drew boobs too.
All right, Kathy. Can you see it?
No.
Can't.
I'm guessing what you drew?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now look, you got to look into Preston's eyes. Preston, you have to let her see your eyes.
Yeah, don't cover your eyes up.
Right.
Don't go gump.
A butthole.
She's terrible at
Close. It's a vagina. No, wait, that's a penis. I'm sorry.
That's a penis.
Veiny, too.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
Okay.
You want?
Have you proved anything here?
All right, do you want to see what I drew?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Look at
No,
Kathy's
see it.
eyes.
Steve, do it to Steve. He's better.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I can't see through the paper. Something you drew.
Look at her eyes. The eyes should give it away.
Yeah, the eyes are the window of the soul.
Yeah.
Soul is in Korea.
It's also a fish.
It's also a shoe part.
Yeah.
And it's also a type of music.
Listen, when you guys doodle, that you draw penises.
I know.
What do you think? For real though, what do you think?
Big sweaty vagina.
No, that's not what I would do.
All right, hang on,
not what I would.
All right, so I think you're going to draw.
Vaginas are hard to draw. Penises
They are
easy to draw.
Draw a taco and add extra lettuce. Yeah. Is it a penis?
It's not.
Okay.
Preston, you guess.
It's a car. We were just talking about cars. Oh my God.
What is it?
I did that just for you guys.
What is that?
That's somebody taking a dump.
Is it something dripping?
Is it
It's a butt.
You have
I'm
brothers.
a terrible artist.
A butt into a target,
I thought it was
dripping
gonna-
into
No,
a
that's the
target.
toilet. That's the toilet.
Okay.
I thought that was a puddle.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
I thought that was sweaty balls in a puddle underneath of it.
So a study in this regard.
We just conducted. We need to share this data.
So we're getting ready to play a game, and so here's the deal. Let me set this up. I said it just a moment ago.
Yes.
U2 is doing the Joshua Tree 30th anniversary tour. They made an announcement they were going to be in Philadelphia, which is this Sunday. So a few months back when the announcement happened, I called up two friends of mine because the three of us together went to see that show. It was at the Arena in St. Louis, and it was a big deal because the Cardinals were at the 7th game of the World Series that night.
You had to make a call.
We had to. Are we going to watch the game or are we going to go to the concert? We had already bought the tickets.
How old are you at this time?
We were fresh out of high school, first year, so 19 years old,
Okay.
something like that, because it was 1987. And we went to the concert, and I just was so blown away by the show that night. And I was like a mid-level U2 fan. I thought they were a really good band. I knew enough of the material to go to the concert. The new album sounded great. I hadn't listened to the whole thing. I'd heard, some of the songs that were on the radio. I'm like, all right, let's go. And left that night just amazed. The lights came up. The crowd was still singing. They ended with 40.
Which is awesome.
And the crowd is still singing and singing. The band was long gone, and we were still singing, and the lights stayed on. And I was just like, this was amazing. This is the best concert I've ever seen. And I was just dumbfounded for a while after this. So it was a significant show.
Yes, yeah.
And when they made the announcement that the 30th anniversary was coming around, I'm like, I got to get these guys. We got to get together. We got to go see it together.
Everyone had the same experience with your friends here?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. So they're back in town. They got in yesterday and the day before, and we're going to the show on Sunday, and we're going to play some golf and stuff while we're here and just having a buddies thing, which is pretty cool. So I told you guys this, and you decided, well, why don't we have them come in and we'll play a game with them?
Sure.
About my teenage and formative years.
Right. We've heard a lot of stories.
Yeah.
And so there's some stuff that we know. There's some stuff that I'm going to be asking. I have no idea what it means, but it should resonate with you guys.
Yeah, because Casey, I gave him some phone numbers from some old friends who couldn't be here, and he tracked them down and got some info, right?
Yeah, I talked to Hawk.
Yep.
Right. And then I talked to either Patty or Sandy.
I think you spoke to both of them, didn't you?
No,
I gave you Sandy's number.
You gave me Sandy's number, and then Patty somehow got involved as well.
Yeah, I saw those names pop up, and then the parole officer, of course. Yeah, of course, obviously.
You needed all the
all
info.
of the information, yeah.
It's funny because I was, I consider myself a child of the 80s. And I definitely had yearbooks and all those things that I can look back at because I was in school at the same time as Preston, but I was slightly younger. And to see what you guys were doing, and I think you're like 7 years older than me, but like what you guys were doing and what you guys were up to in 7th and 8th grade, and then high school, it's just
It's freaky, isn't it?
Completely different world.
I mean, I look back at my old pictures, and there I am at the Continental Congress.
Yeah.
And I'm saying,
Well,
it's just so wild.
Because I've told you guys in the past what DBH meant.
Yeah, Dubong hits.
Dubong hits. And so Casey's looking through my 7th and 8th grade yearbook and all the signatures, and people sign it, and it's like, dude, DBH till you can't stand it anymore. And this is in 7th and 8th grade.
And that's from teachers.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So
But
he
then-
was just looking at it and being
But
blown
it's
away.
also funny because I think a lot of times we have this attitude of like, oh, these kids today, they're crazier and they're doing things that I never did.
With
and
their
then,
mall shops and their leather jackets.
But the reality is I think the kids of the 80s were probably way worse than anybody right now.
I guarantee you, every generation has that perception. And
Yeah.
but there's something that is the same across the charts.
Yeah.
And I think as I'm looking through this, and we were looking at some of the things, and we were all laughing at the back, saying, "What the f does that mean?"
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's got their things, and that's why. It always amazes me when anybody runs for political office, because any of these things taken and put on, there are a number of things here that we're going to ask that if we're put on a front page of a paper, you'd say, what the hell? Yeah.
But we partied hard, man.
Yes,
We partied
yeah.
very, very hard. And these guys are a little nervous.
So why don't you introduce your
All right,
friends?
and before I do that, do we need to get callers on the line to play along? All right, 215-263-WMMR. Somehow or another, we're going to work this in a way to have you win prizes as well. I don't really know what's going to happen.
Let me explain. It's going to be a straight-up trivia contest, And so we're going to have people playing. You're going to play for callers online. We're not going to go to them.
Okay.
We're just going to win prizes as we cycle through so we can move some product, and that'll be happening in the background. So
All right.
everyone will get assigned. If someone gets a question right, that person wins, and then we put another person in that spot,
right.
and that's how we'll proceed.
Before we introduce our contestant, Steve, what's the name of the game?
The name of the game is Preston, Cheston, and Steve Blast from the Ass Trivia Challenge.
Thank you, studio audience. Let's meet our contestants this morning. Contestant number 1 hails from St. Louis, Missouri, and he is currently a teacher who's got the summer off. It's a wonderful thing. We go way back, and yes, his name sounds like mine. We are welcoming Cheston Chet Plaguey.
Yeah!
Chet, good morning.
Thank you.
Good to have you here, sir. Good to see you.
Great to be here.
Excellent. All right, next, the guy I consider to be my best friend.
Yeah.
We go way, way back, and we've been through some times together.
We are aware of some of
I
them.
won't mention any of them now because it may be ones that are coming up in the particular contest.
I just think it's great that I have a story with Steve. You know, I with that time that we spent down in St. Martin, and we enjoyed ourselves, and you lost your wedding ring.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. He's
He
got
has
it
a
back
nice
now.
new one on now.
All right, please welcome Steve Leasick.
Yay!
By the way, those of you who've heard the story about my friend Steve who threw his phone into the ocean,
That's him.
this is him.
That would be that, Steve.
That was
All
a
right.
fun one.
That was a great throw.
Yeah,
You have to
well,
admit.
it was awesome. It was a small window. You could have shattered that door.
From distance, maybe inebriated, maybe not.
Maybe not. So, friends, by the way, and just to contextualize this, these are friends at this point in time we're going to reference. But how long, I mean, does it go back to junior high and even...
Steve and I go back to junior high.
Okay.
So we probably started hanging out more in high school, but we were friends in junior high. And then laughing, Casey and I, because it was the Christmas miracle. I asked the question. The answer was bird. The guy buzzed in. I was going to say his name. It was like Joe or something like that. And I just go, bird. I think I might have said, what's the word?
Yeah.
And they go, ding, 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 bird. I'm like, oh. Like the one word.
Uh-huh.
The one forbidden word at that moment.
Don't say bird. Don't say bird. Don't
Is
say
the word bird. And I think I ended up having to give him the prize.
Yeah.
Which he would have known it anyway.
Yes.
So.
Thank God it was that and not like something really, really random.
No. All right.
Oh, thank you for that.
Quickly, no, thank you. You reminded me of it. A shout out. I got this email from Tim Pegler, and he says, "Hey, good morning, Ed. I wanted to get a shout out to some local young men who are down in Orlando representing our area, the Downingtown Young Whippets. 10U and 12U football teams are both in Florida at the Pop Warner Super Bowl competing for a national championship.
They whip it good.
Both teams won their opening games on Sunday, December 4th. They will be in the semifinals today, by the way.
Very nice.
They're one win away from the championship game on Saturday, and we just want to let them know how proud we are of them for working so hard all season. And to add that we also have 3 cheer teams from Downingtown Young Whippets here in Florida competing for national championship as well.
That's sensational.
So let's let so it's not just a group of young men, it's a group of young ladies too. And we want to wish these boys and girls a juicy shark go dogs. So that's from Tim, and we wish you guys luck. What was that?
It was a whippet.
Oh. Where did you even get that?
We've had this down here in our little, where my feet are underneath the console.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had that for a little while, and I forgot that we had it. And then I was at my daughter's Christmas concert last night, and they did sleigh bell, like the...
Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah.
I forgot what this instrument is called. It might be called
go to whip it.
No, I think it's a whip snap.
Whip that.
I think is what you call that.
Snort dort.
Seriously.
Okay.
It's a snort dart. All right. It's a queef splat.
It's a queef splat.
That's what it is.
A clapper, a slapstick.
A slapstick.
Ah, that's it.
There you go.
Slapstick.
Yep. All right. I have bizarre file stories if you guys are interested.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Primo Hoagies. You can get a Primo deal on gift cards this holiday season. Buy a $25 gift card and get a $5 bonus card, or you can buy a $100 gift card and get a $25 bonus card. this Christmas. Make it a primo. A California family is praising their teenage son for helping free his father earlier this month after being trapped underneath the truck that they were working on. This is a wild story. Matthew Wilkinson said despite getting home late on what should have been a normal Monday night, he couldn't put off working on the brakes on his work truck. And when his teenage son came to check on him, he enlisted his help. This time, the rotor was stuck, and he said, I couldn't get a good angle, so I slid my body underneath the truck and was hitting it, he said. And the second it popped off, the truck fell. I know it rolled forward because I saw it roll forward, and it fell right on top of me. All I could think about was the breath coming out of me. I was just squished. I couldn't talk. I couldn't yell. The family's home security camera captured the terrifying moment. The accident left Wilkinson with a punctured lung, broken ribs, and a separated shoulder. But while he was in the hospital, he said that he couldn't figure out how he managed to free himself. He said, all this time in the hospital, trying to figure out how I got from under that truck. And then he said he remembered the surveillance cameras. He said, I called my kid, had him look at them at the surveillance camera, and they realized he had lifted the truck enough for me to roll out from underneath it.
It's amazing.
The kid's 15.
Yeah.
All right. He's a freshman at the high school. He regularly helps his dad out with work on the vehicle. He said, I just dropped right. He said it just dropped right on him. I was scared. I heard him make a noise like his soul was leaving his body. It was crazy. He said, just ran over and I tried as hard as I could to get it up enough to get him out. And apparently it was enough. And his father said, my son is my hero. He saved my life. That's insane. That's
It's amazing that you'd go back. The video is how you find out. You have no idea how you got out.
Yeah, and it's one of those adrenaline moments that apparently he mustered up somehow or another. He was like, if the animals can find the strength,
why can't we? That's a good question.
Crazy. A deputy was arrested following what Sheriff Wayne Ivey called, this is a terrible story, called the accidental shooting death of 23-year-old Deputy Austin Walsh in Palm Bay over the weekend. And Deputy Andrew Lawson was charged with manslaughter by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement following the incident. Ivey said, calling the shooting, quote, an extremely dumb and totally avoidable accident. Ivey said Lawson and Walsh, who were roommates, were taking a break from playing video games in the early morning hours on Saturday when Lawson jokingly pointed what he believed was an unloaded handgun at Walsh and pulled the trigger.
You never do that.
These are police officers.
Yeah.
Lawson immediately called 911, but Walsh was dead by the time officers arrived. They arrested Lawson. They had to on manslaughter charges following the shooting. Lawson turned himself in. Ivey described Lawson and Walsh as the best of friends and said Lawson was completely devastated over the incident. He fully cooperated with state investigators. The sheriff said, folks, this unnecessary and totally avoidable incident not only took the life of an amazing young man and deputy, but it has also forever changed the life of another good young man who made an extremely poor and reckless decision.
You can never do that.
No.
Never.
While further details about the incident and the weapon used in the shooting were unknown on Monday, law enforcement officers are typically trained to never point a gun or even something that looks like a gun at anything they don't intend to shoot. So this is just a horrible, unfortunate story. But it's a reminder. It's a cautionary tale. Don't ever, ever do that. A new social media trend has people surrounding shoppers' cars with shopping carts, meaning they put them together in a train and essentially form a circle all the way around the car. Okay. They often catch people off guard, upset, and they're doing it for views. And it recently happened to Henrietta Love. She needed to grab a few things from the grocery store and was shocked by what she saw when she came back outside. She said there were these people there are these people that are going to pick the wrong person to prank one day, and it's not going to be pretty. Her 30-minute trip to the neighborhood market turned into 2 hours. She said there was a man in the parking lot, and he kept saying that his manager, Dave, told him to do that. So I turned around, went back into the store looking for this Dave. The store manager told Love that there wasn't Dave there.
There was no Dave?
Went back outside with her, and she's like, who are you, to these guys? You don't work here. You don't work here. And both of them kept saying, yes, we do. We do. We were hired this morning. She said apparently these two individuals are known to the police department. They've had other incidents with them. So she went into defense mode and said the pranksters, of course, were videotaping her the entire time. The two men ended up getting ticketed for trespassing. So watch out. This is something that might be happening, where they surround your car with shopping carts. U.S. Marshals have made an arrest in the attack on a fast food worker that happened last month in Antioch, California, at a restaurant called the Habit Burger Grill. 19-year-old Erica Palomera is an assistant manager who was punched in the face during the attack. She was hit so hard, she lost her eye.
Oh, my God.
From this hit, and I saw the video. It's brutal. She learned that U.S. Marshals arrested the man that investigators believe had punched her. According to a detective, Ashley Crandall of the police department said, through our investigation, we learned that the victim, the employee, was assaulted protecting another customer with intellectual disability. Bianca says that a young man was being bullied by another customer in the lobby of the restaurant, and she says that her manager asked her to tell him to leave, which she did, and she was the guy just started wailing on her. Punched her multiple times after that. Police have arrested 20-year-old Isaac White Carter, who faces felony charges of mayhem and assault causing great bodily harm. To this day, she says, though, she has no regrets. She said, I'd do it over again, but if I could go back, I just wish that other people would have come and helped, too.
That would have been nice.
Bianca has a temporary eye until the permanent prosthetic one is made. I mean, like, her eye is gone. She's
That's
lost
just
it.
horrific.
Yep. Since the attack, though, thousands of people have donated money to help her. She's now thinking of going back to school. She's received letters from those in other states who have family members with special needs who wrote her to say thank you for standing up. White Carter is in jail right now. Police say that he may also face a hate crime charge for allegedly using racial slurs against Bianca before the attack happened. So, but terrible story. That is what I have, though, to end the Bizarre File with this morning. All right, let's do some happy stuff. Secret text word.
Hey!
Yeah, we have your chance to win this Santa Sack prize pack that we have. Kathy, can you give me a number caller, please?
10.
Just like that. 10!
That means the 10th caller.
No regrets.
215-263-WMMR. You get a shot at it. You need to know the secret text word, though. All right, we're going to take a break. Come back in a second. Less question, trash, music, news are coming up next.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Right. You were going to military school before that, right?
I was in military school.
Yeah. Was that by choice or did your parents
By
demand?
state decree.
It was forced.
It was forced?
Forced,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
All right, well, pleasure to meet you guys. I know Steve we met before, but good to meet you. And Cheston is Chet. That's your regular name. Okay.
And by the way, we have little placards with our names and our high school
I love it.
pictures.
Nick
photos.
Murphy did some
Great.
wonderful little collections, Preston. Everyone looks fairly similar. No glasses on Steve.
No, thank God.
And a little less hair, but
No
I can
hair on me,
commiserate.
right.
Yeah, on Chet, but that's okay. That's all good to go. So we're good to go. We have our callers up. Everybody set?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
Yeah.
So you want to start this? Everyone has our El Cheapo buzzers.
Yeah, let's do that. So each one of us has a buzzer. This is going to be a trivia thing. So I guess we're going to buzz in when we know the answer.
Yes.
And we're going to hold these up to the microphone. I will signal mine so you know what it sounds like. All right, so
Okay.
that's me. And Chet, what does yours sound like? And then Steve?
Whatever.
All right. So understand that there's only so much we can know about the accuracy of the answer to this question. So we're going to play a little light and loose with the particulars here. So let's get started. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right.
set.
Question number one: What aquatic school-based contest, What aquatic alcohol-based contest took place at Ben Aronson's house?
That was Preston.
That was me?
Yes.
Pool in the pig. Or pig in the pool.
All right, please explain.
Okay, so Ben had a cutting board that was in the shape of a pig.
Yeah.
And we would actually, it floated. So we would put it in the pool and we'd play quarters on that.
It's similar, but not. Okay,
Steve?
I'm going to have to go with riding the 10-speed
Into the pool.
See, that's what I thought it was.
Steve
Off
is
the
correct.
ramp.
Steve is correct. Now, as with anything we do, it is what I have on this paper that determines
That's
the correct
fine.
answer.
Yeah. And
so
listen-
it says here, riding bikes into Ben's pool with Bud Light 12-pack boxes on your heads.
On the head, remember?
And this apparently was captured on very low-definition VHS.
Yes.
And it had no brakes.
And it had no brakes. And I remember after we did that, when Ben's parents got back, what we didn't realize is we were marking up the bottom of the pool with tire tracks. And there were tracks all over the bottom of the pool.
Were these Bud Light 12-pack boxes, were they full or empty?
Oh, they were empty.
Okay.
But we fashioned them as if they were a hat. And they went... We'd put it over your head, like pull it down over your
like
face.
a protective shield.
Yeah, almost like a knight type of a helm that you would wear. So,
all right. Well, our winner is Ron on line 3, by the way, and he has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. And you can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage. Visit handandstone.com.
All right, gentlemen. Question number 2. What religious holiday did you guys observe by skipping school and going to Preston's house to smoke pot?
I remember that.
Okay, Preston.
That was Easter.
No.
We wouldn't have been at school on Easter.
I'm going to give you an extra clue.
Damn it.
This was a jealous reaction to the Jewish kids getting so many holidays off.
Oh, Chet.
Rosh Hashanah?
No. Steve?
Hanukkah.
No. I have.
Wait. Kuala Lumpur.
It's a city in Malaysia.
Oh, damn it.
Yes, but often a holiday for many people who can't pronounce Hanukkah.
Hanukkah, no.
It is Good Friday.
I knew it was around Easter.
Yes, it was Good Friday, but as you rightly pointed out, you would not have been in school on Easter.
Who gave you the info?
This is from Hawk and Patty.
Okay.
Oh, Hawk doesn't know what he's talking about.
Right. All right, question number 3, gentlemen. And remember, our answers are correct despite what is accurate.
Right.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt? Who's? Oh, all right, Steve.
It would be Doc Plaguey.
Incorrect.
Chet's dad? No.
No? Okay.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt?
Let's talk this out, guys. What was the senior?
Okay,
scavenger hunt?
so somebody made a list. Might have been Skippy Marino, I think, that made a list of items that we were supposed to bring back to the school, and they included like a police officer's license plate.
Nice.
And the entire, you know how you go to a neighborhood, and there's a sign that says "Welcome to Old Farm Estates" or whatever.
Stealing that huge thing.
That huge thing. I mean, these big.
Did you guys
items.
get them?
Of course we did.
So
Flag
this is
from Belle Reeve Country Club.
Yeah.
This is the father, okay? The father who made sure that Hawk didn't go to jail.
I know it wasn't my dad. There's no way.
No.
All right, Preston.
I'm just trying to think of who was buddies with Hawk besides our family. I would say Mr. Janvrin.
Mr. Janvrin, you are all incorrect, unless I'll give one final round if you want to go for it, Chet.
I have no idea.
The name I have here, and of course the correct, despite what is accurate, Mike Freeburger.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You
Thanks,
did not
John.
know. All right.
Yeah.
This next question, I have a feeling you'll get this.
All right.
By the way, the scavenger hunt, what would have been, obviously you're stealing things that are felonies. Yeah.
Stealing is right.
What was the most hard to get item in the scavenger list?
I think it was probably the neighborhood sign.
neighborhood sign.
And somebody did.
And where'd you get the neighborhood sign from?
I didn't get it. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't. But somebody did. And by the way,
I
you had
assume
to-
that was the crime.
You had to bring all of these items to the high school and leave them there.
All right.
And then there was a huge list. And I really didn't get anything.
So
that
you were
night, I don't
bringing
think.
stolen items onto school property.
Yeah.
All right.
Senior sleep out was awesome, man. Slept in my car. Me and Howard Rosen. I remember that. I don't know if you guys were out all night for
You
that or
guys
not.
lived in you're predominantly Jewish neighborhood, right?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of Jewish students.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Question number 4. You've got 1 correct, 2 not so much. All right.
We suck at this.
Mike Kirby.
Kirby.
Yeah.
Drove this rather muscular mullet Preston.
Javelin.
That is correct.
Kirby, that thing was loud. And I had a Mustang. I had a 73 Mustang. It was really loud too. And we just go burnouts all the time. And
Did he get in trouble for doing spinouts in the parking lot of the school as you did?
I don't think Kirby ever got in trouble
No.
for that. No.
Interesting fact about Mike Kirby: he bought the Playboy Club in St. Louis.
Are you
What?
serious?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It'd been
Drove a
shut,
javelin, bought the Playboy Club.
had been shut down, and I guess he bought it like back Early 2000s.
Okay, so it was closed at the point he bought it?
It was closed.
All
and
right.
He bought it and turned into a teen club.
A teen. There you go.
Well, of course.
All right. So who was Preston playing for?
He was playing for Brooke. So Brooke won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. You can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage.
Very nice.
Handandstone.com.
All right, question number 6. As the story goes, and listen carefully to this, a sign was put up across a door about Nan's, quote, good couch. Paraphrase what that sign forbade and to whom it was directed. Steve.
You have to paraphrase.
We weren't supposed to be on the good couch.
What were you not supposed to do on the good couch?
Relationships.
We'll take that! As we have it here, the sign read, no semen with the J.
Oh.
Can we get away with that?
No.
No jazz.
No jazz on the good couch.
Nice.
And this apparently, by my information, was directed specifically at you, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. Who was Nan? Whose house was this?
Patty's. That might have been Pat.
Whose house was this?
Sandy's.
Is it Sandy's house?
I do believe.
No jazz.
And so you were it was so common for you to spread your seat around the furniture that a sign had
Steve's
to go
like a
up.
fire hose, man.
The Peter North of the group?
It only hurts when I juke. There's another story.
Yeah, we'll tell that another time.
All right, so that was that's an interesting piece. I'm not going to ask another question for fear of giving away another upcoming question.
All right, so that was Erica was our winner, and she's won a pair of tickets to the Bucks County Playhouse presents The Nerd, June 23rd through July 15th. Get ready to laugh out loud at the most ridiculous comedy of the summer. For tickets, call Playhouse box office or visit buckscountyplayhouse.org.
By the way, so Sandy, the girl who this happened at, now that was an offshoot of, we went to a high school called Parkway Central, but we also had a friendship with some Catholic school girls who went to St. Joe's Academy.
Yeah.
And that was Sandy and Patty and Cindy and a whole slew of them, actually, that were over there. So it was the Catholic school girls that were afraid of the semen on the couch.
So you could no man batter on the couch.
Yep.
All right.
On Nan's
All right.
couch.
There we go. So, question number 7. Where was Preston's band The Image playing the night of Hawk's 21st birthday?
Steve.
I'm going to go Litchfield.
Litchfield, Illinois at Ken's Lounge?
Nope. Preston?
Party Town in Bonne Terre, Missouri.
No.
Wow.
Chet?
I'm going to say it's the place in Soulard Press. What's the name of that?
Yes.
The old
I just sent you the
schoolhouse.
picture of it.
Yeah, you did. It was an Irish name place. No.
No, incorrect. What we have here is ZBT House. I assume it's Zeta Beta.
Oh, my God. In
at
Columbia.
Mizzou.
That was his birthday that night?
This is from Hawk himself, so I'm assuming that's
my God.
correct.
You all had the same reaction to that.
That was
Okay,
an
explain.
insane night.
There is a much deeper story.
That was a crazy
Please, you
night.
tell.
We didn't go to the party.
Uh-huh.
You were too busy fouling a couch?
We walked. Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
walked in and surveyed and walked out.
Wait, let me explain
Okay.
without saying. When you guys went in, didn't you think it was like raining inside or something like that?
There was
Or it was
funny
snowing
things.
or
The walls
something.
were kind of doing things.
We may have been delving into
Yeah.
some hallucinogenics at the time.
So you thought it was raining inside and the walls were bending?
Mushrooms are
Yeah.
healthy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we were hired to play at this fraternity, ZBT, which they said stood for Zibong Team. They were the Jewish house.
Yeah.
The
The
Jewish
guys at
house?
The Jewish house said all our answers were wrong.
Zits, butts, and teas is what I heard.
Okay, that's
Six
better.
butts and teas.
And so it was just, I mean, you're playing.
Yeah.
And I dug what I saw. I want to see the rest of it for sure. And obviously, he was a part of Black Sabbath for a while.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I came in the middle of that part, and then when he branches out into Dio, and it's pretty cool. He's the dude that started the devil horns.
Yes.
As far as metal goes. Like he was the first guy to do it, and he got the idea actually from Ozzy, because Ozzy used to throw the peace sign all the time. He would throw the two fingers, the index and the middle finger up, and he's like, well, I can't do that, but I want to do something, and I'd kind of like to have Ozzy still be a part of that sort of, so I'm going to do something with his hand. And apparently his grandmother threw the Maloika all the time.
Right.
And that's where he got the idea.
Hex. Yeah.
That's where he got the idea to do it. But it was also not only a hex, but also kind of like a good luck thing.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that's kind of was what he was going for. Wow. And I thought that was pretty cool. And it just, he said, apparently to the people they're interviewing, they're like, it took off like wildfire. Like by the end of the show.
Yeah.
Everybody in the audience were doing the devil horns. Devil horns, but they weren't really devil horns. But that's what it's been come to known as, to quote myself. So anyhow, looked pretty cool. I want to see the rest of that. All right. We were looking for a winner for a secret text word this morning, and we got a caller on the line. We need to know the secret text word, so we go to CJ. Hey there, CJ.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, buddy. All right, do you know the secret text word, please?
Yes, it's Puck. P-U-C-K.
That is correct. I would like you to hang on, CJ, because we are going to give you the Flyers Santa Sack, and that includes 2 lower-level tickets for the January 17th game, a collectible gritty ornament, an ice scraper, puck signed by Joel Farabee, and Wings tickets as well. So we set them up, and we're also going to get a random texter, and that's Dylan McDermott.
Dylan McDermott?
Really? Yeah, that's a famous actor.
Yeah.
Right? Well, he lives in Trumbull. What is it?
Trumbowersville?
Trumbowersville, yes.
Dylan McDermott?
It's outside of Quakertown.
Yeah.
Kind of out my way. Okay. Yeah, Dylan McDermott lives there, Steve.
He listens. I guess he's a listener.
And you can make it an unforgettable holiday season with the Flyers Santa Sack. Each includes game tickets, a collectible gritty ornament, and paw ice scraper, autographed item, and more. Shop now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. All right, we're going to do today's lesson question, and for that, we will be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Elmwood Park Zoo's favorite family tradition, which is Wild Lights.
That's a good one, too. Yeah.
Yep, another good one. Yep, another activity for you. All right, the question is where did Rocky go to college? 215-263 WMMR. Where did Rocky go to college? 215-263. Casey, this thing's doing it again. 215-263 WMMR. Call now. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by Stephen Star Restaurants. Gift memorable experience. What's going on?
What's happening?
Something just fell off of his microphone.
Mic.
It's just falling apart over here.
Happening.
All right, it's brought to you by Stephen Star Restaurants. Gift memorable experiences this holiday season with a Star Restaurants gift card. Good at over 30 restaurants. Shop today at STARRgiftcards.com. What's happening, Steve?
Well, Madonna's MTV VMA award for the iconic hit Papa Don't Preach, now on the auction block with an estimated price tag of $60,000.
Wow.
Madonna says she had attempted using the Moon Man statue as a dildo, but found it too small.
Oh, hey!
Travis Scott hit the stage at the 11 nightclub in Miami on Friday night, where reports were that the celebrity-filled audience went crazy. Scott says the night was a personal triumph for him, as most of the audience left without being crushed to death. So he likes that. And finally, Kim Kardashian was awarded a restraining order against a lunatic who has shown up to her Hidden Hills estate on multiple occasions. As part of the court order, the lunatic must stay 100 yards away from Kim unless it's his weekend to have the kids.
Well done. All right, let's see if we can get an answer to this. Where did Rocky go to college? 215-263 WMMR. The number, of course, and we'll go to Mike to see if he can answer it. Hey, Mike. Good morning, bud.
Hi, Mike.
All right, good morning, Mike. Do me a favor. Tell me where Rocky went to college.
Meatball U.
Yes. Yeah. Hang on a second, bud. Meatball U is correct, and that means that we are going to give you a pair of tickets, actually a 4-pack of tickets, to Elmwood Park Zoo's favorite family tradition. which is Wild Lights. The holidays are bright with dazzling light displays, illuminated animals, and live entertainment at Elmwood Park Zoo's. Wild Lights info and tickets at EPZWildlights.com. All right, who is singing Sweet Child of Mine here?
I wish I could tell you the name. I have no idea. I found them on YouTube.
I love it.
Fair enough.
Dude, it's great.
All right, let's do this.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Chicken pot pie.
Oh, wow. That's an old one. I love it. All right, brought to you this morning by Wawa. They might have chicken pot pie there. I think I've seen that before.
Wah.
They get you covered with gift cards for everyone on your shopping list. From Wawa gift cards, Wawa e-gift cards, or a gift card from your favorite brand. Happy holidays from
Wawa.
Thank you.
I got to show you guys a T-shirt that has the wah, 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 wah in it.
Okay.
Because, anyway, do your thing, and then if you feel like coming back to me, great.
Wait for the book.
Yeah.
I have the floor.
Okay.
All right, James Hatfield.
Do your thing.
Don't let me get in the way.
James Hetfield makes no bones about channeling his inner demons for Metallica's new music. Hetfield was in a promo video talking about the band's new album, 72 Seasons, which drops on April 14th, where he shed light on the album's sometimes extremely dark inspiration. He said, there's been a lot of darkness in my life and in our career and things that have happened with us, but always having a sense of hope, always having the light that is in that darkness. He said, without darkness, there is no light.
Yeah, he's right.
And being able to focus a little more on the light in life instead of how it used to be and how horrible it is. He went on to say, there's a lot of good things going on in life, focusing on that instead, and it helps to balance out my life, and there's no one meaning to it. Everyone has some sense of hope or light in their life, and obviously music is mine. So I guess he's got light in his life, but darkness in his music.
Something like that.
Something like that. Red Hot Chili Peppers video for the title track of the band's 1999 Californication album has surpassed the 1 billion mark on YouTube. The track, which has been certified 5 times platinum, hit #1 on Billboard's alternative airplay mainstream charts and peaked at number 69 on the Hot 100 when it was released as the album's 4th single back in June 2000. Had apparently, Loudwire reported that the original video, directed by Jonathan Dayton and Valerie Ferris, placed the band's members inside a fictional video game that found each musician on his own California-based adventure. Going on an adventure.
It's like we're in a video game.
The video itself became so beloved that earlier this year, video game developer Miguel Camps Orteza actually created a game based on the music video in which the player can play as one of the 4 band members through multiple levels. But that has reached over 1 billion views now.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Ho.
All right, and then one more thing. Goo Goo Dolls have just rolled out a 32-date summer tour with OAR. Did we do a concert announcement on this the other day? No.
It was Johnny Resnick's birthday.
That's correct.
And also, I think OAR they did a show with G Love a few weeks ago.
Okay.
So, maybe it was that.
They're serving as the opening act. The band is going to be on the road in support of the latest album, Chaos in Bloom. Coming close to the area, they're going to be playing Music Fest in Bethlehem on August 9th, and they'll be in Atlantic City at the Borgata on August 11th.
That's a good show, a Goo Goo Doll show.
I believe
it's
it.
fun, man. A lot of hits.
They were at the Tower just recently.
Yeah, they're fun band to see live.
All right, and that's all I have in music news, but I do have one more thing to give away, and that is a $25 gift card to Blackjack's American Pub and Grill, where Marissa will be tomorrow night with the MM Army for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff. We'll take caller number 16, and you get the $25 gift card, 215-263-WMMR. Join Marissa tomorrow night at Blackjack's in Birdsboro because she will have an opportunity for you to win tickets to the game against the Giants on January 8th, or possibly a James Bradbury signed Eagles football, both courtesy of Bud Light. If you need details about her appearance, just text the word birds 239-333. Bird. And we will take another quick break, come back, wrap it up, letter of the day for the word of the week when we return. Stay there.
Preston and Steve. 93.3
All right. And so we were waiting for them to show up, and they never showed up. Well, it turns out they tripped, and
they showed up. That was it. All right.
We got to get out of here. We have to leave right now.
Can't see my hand, man. All right. So we had no winners on that. Next question. And this was just referenced, actually. What was the nickname given to the, quote, crappy Litchfield Motel?
Okay, now this is going to sound terrible. All right?
All right.
But it was the Heche Inn. Am I right?
That is correct. And this is
it was called the Motel 66 Court.
Okay.
And there should have been a sign for Steve there about the jazz on the beds, because a lot happened there.
Really?
Not mine.
So if you were to still
Not
bring
you.
one of those infrared lights or those blue lights,
yeah, you could ring it out.
it looked like a Jackson Pollock.
Yeah.
All right, so the Heche Inn.
Yeah, so I got that one right.
All right,
All
yes.
right. Well, congratulations to Rick. Rick, you've won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino Resort. Tickets on sale. That would be today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Pre-sale began yesterday. You don't even worry about that because it's over.
All right, gentlemen.
Yes.
This one, when we actually reviewed this question, we laughed out loud at this. How did Steve earn the nickname Sterno? Preston.
You're not going to answer that? I know it. You didn't buzz in.
No, you got it.
All right. Steve used to light his farts all the time. And it was a little blue flame that would come out, and it reminded us of the Sterno that you see, which is the liquid, the canned heat that you put underneath of little banquets, chafing dishes and whatnot to heat them up. So that's how he got the nickname Sterno.
We have here by lighting farts in nylon pants, which caused them to burn away. Did that actually happen?
I don't remember that.
The old nylon shorts, we may have had malfunction here or there.
Okay, all right.
All right, but that is correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Another winner from Preston.
All right, so that is Jim has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial, and you can give the gift of relaxation. Father's Day is on Sunday, by the way, with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, two of my closest friends are here, Steve and Chet, and the gang has come up with these trivia questions from my past that they're asking to give you some prizes this morning.
Absolutely.
So
And Nick is keeping score. Nick, where do we stand right now?
I don't know how many questions you've read, Steve, but the score right now is Preston 3, Steve 2, Cheston 0.
All right. Maybe it changes with this question. What was the name of the full-sized arcade game at Hawk and Clearman's apartment? Who got it in first?
That's me.
Yeah.
Robotron.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Robotron. Was this a full arcade game?
Yep.
I don't know that
Absolutely.
game.
It's a great game.
Okay.
2 joysticks. You're the last. You're trying to save humanity from the robots, and I love it. Still play it. I have it on my arcade game at home.
Cool.
All right. Very cool.
All right, well, we've just given our winner, and our winner is Laurie, our final Hand and Stone gift card, which is good for a free massage or facial. Be sure to give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th. Handandstone.com.
By the way, I just got a text from Sandy. Actually, it was at Patty's house where you weren't supposed to jazz on Nan's couch.
It was a nice couch.
Yeah. All right.
All right. We have a few more questions. And by the way, we understand that a number of your friends are listening online right now.
I
Yeah.
put out a little Facebook video.
All right,
so.
all right.
And they can watch it too, by the way. We have the webcam up and running, so you can go to WMMR.com and watch the hijinks.
All right.
All right. Question here. The night Steve slid off the road into Hunter Farm's fence, who was the girl in the front seat? All right, Steve.
That would be the aforementioned Patty.
That is correct. So explain. Sliding off the road.
Sliding off the road.
By the way, how often did we see sections of that fence missing?
Every weekend.
All the time. I mean, this thing, it was white picket fence.
Yeah.
And it was down an embankment. And it was no big thing to drive by and go, yep, they took out 2 sections of it again.
What, did you
In
just
fact,
slide
I drove by one night. It was me and I forgot who else was in the car with me. And we saw, it was at night.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we see headlights in the woods. And we're like, there shouldn't be a car down there. And we stopped, and sure enough, there was a section of the fence taken off. This guy had blown through it, and his car went all the way down in the woods.
He was driving around the woods.
We picked him up and took him over to St. Luke's. Is that the one that was close by?
I think I was with you. Got it.
Was that you?
I think I was with you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Was that the one you took a whole bunch of the fence from? Or was there a chain link fence?
No. Well, there was a chain link fence, and then there was another one over by, what was the park up the street on...
Faust?
What?
Faust?
Yeah, Faust Park. I took out a section of that one time, too.
It was Steve's brother's car, too.
It wasn't even my car, and we were just lightly snowing and just came around the corner and high fence.
Okay.
But when the one at Faust Park, when I took that out, it was Danny was in the backyard, Craig Schrader or in the back seat. Craig Schrader was in the front, and we're getting ready to turn into it. And Danny goes, "Press, put it low and floor it." And I did, and I spun a 180, and I took out that fence. And my dad was none too happy about that.
We've heard the story of the reaction. Yeah, it was pretty wild.
All right, well, our winner on line 6 is Jay. You've won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino Resort. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
All right, question number 12. What was your mutual friend Sandy's nickname, and why did she get that nickname?
It's me.
Oh, again, Preston.
Balsa.
Balsa. And how did she get that name?
Because she's so skinny and light that you could just pick her up and throw her across the room with one hand.
That is right. I have here because she was too skinny to go down the water slide.
Too skinny to go down the water slide. Balsa.
Balsa.
Balsa
okay.
wood. Yeah, she was very.
I love it.
We have a winner.
All right, so William on line 8, you have won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com at 10 a.m.
All right.
Wait, I have a quick question. So were Patty and Sandy girlfriends, or they were just in your group of friends?
They were close friends.
Okay.
Pandy and Pandy.
This is a delightful panda bear.
Patty, Sandy, and Cindy were really, really, really close friends.
Okay. So these were the girls that would do your homework.
No. These were the girls at the Catholic school.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now, that
Catholic
was
school
some
girls.
other chick I dated when I was a junior.
All right. We have occasionally heard stories of the naked river float. What was the name of the float trip company that inadvertently ran it? The float trip company.
That was on the Huzzah, wasn't it? Oh, chat.
Was it the Preston and Cheston Rock and Roll Float down the river?
No. It's the actual legitimate name.
That did happen. Yeah.
I like that answer, though.
Wow, the company that did it.
Who came
I
up with
think,
that
Preston,
question?
you were actually kind of in the realm.
It was on the Huzzah, if I remember.
No, it wasn't.
It was.
No, it wasn't.
That one was. Or was it the current river?
It was the current because we went down to Salem.
They have so many rivers.
Our answer here?
Yeah.
Steve, you want to take a crack at it?
No.
We have Huzzah Valley.
It was the Huzzah River for that one.
All right, no winners on that one, Preston. You were sorted there, but didn't,
I didn't
wrap
get
it up. All right. That was the one where it eventually became a nude fest, right?
Oh, yeah. We were all of us. And there was probably 25 of us.
Yes.
Yeah, we all ended up completely naked. Listen, we took whiskey with us.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a float that would take 6 hours, 7 hours, something like that, maybe longer. And you're just getting bombed the whole time, just drinking the whole time.
It's a wonder no one died.
So we decided that the last mile of the float that we would get completely naked. And we're going by like families and stuff out there with the kids. Hey, how you guys doing? And we were just lit. It was awesome. And I have pictures.
Do you? Oh.
I have lots of pictures of us completely and we were jumping off of cliffs naked.
Naked as well. With women, with girls as well.
Yeah,
okay.
totally.
All right. Gentlemen, what was the very unradio friendly nickname?
On 93.3 WMMR, wrapping up our program today, being sedated. Why not? It is 10:36, and today has been a fun broadcast day, and still foggy. I mean, there's still a little bit. It's not as bad as it was.
No, but it's crazy.
But
it's warm today, though.
Yeah. So we got that temperature change. It's wreaking all kinds of strange havoc. But the rain has stopped. We just have a little bit of fog, and it's going to be mild, high of about 60 degrees. We're going to be 53 tomorrow and partly cloudy. It's going to be cloudy all day long today, by the way. And then Friday's looking at 48, and then Saturday, partly cloudy. It might be a spotty shower here and there. So just a heads up on that. Thank you to Ryan Airy, who is on the stage. Ryan is with Screen Crush and Screen Crush News, and he can talk about anything and everything about all the movies we love and TV shows, just genre, geeky, cool stuff. So it was nice having him on. But check out their website, or their YouTube channel. Screen Crush, great stuff there for you. Easter eggs, just explanations, all kinds of things. Thank you to Kathy Romano. Yay! We got our holiday activities list earlier this morning, a new one for a new year, and it's all sponsored by Acme Markets, Fresh Foods, Local Flavors.
Holiday activities.
And you can see the full list and all the activities at PrestonandSteve.com, and you can get promo codes and things like that. They're going to save you some money.
Yeah, and a couple helpful hints, what time to visit places that may be a little less crowded, stuff like that. Yeah, it's all on the website.
A comprehensive list this year.
Are the old ones? Look at Sandy likes it. Are the older lists up as well?
Yeah, the older lists are still up.
So check those out. There's some of those things are still pertinent.
Absolutely, and I try not to repeat.
Right.
So if you find a different list, in previous years, it'll be all different. Actually, Colebrookdale Railroad just posted the list that they were on this morning.
Right, yeah.
Wonderful. Pierre's here. Hey, man.
Good day.
Nice to see you.
And to you, Scene B.
Crazy foggy out, right?
Yeah, really crazy.
Like all morning long. It hasn't, it's dissipated a little bit, but
it actually looks colder than it is. It's not as, it's like 56 or something outside, so it's not that bad.
Kind of comfy.
Our parking lot is funny because the Philadelphia Insurance Company occupies the bulk of this building, but their workers don't work 5 days a week. They tend to work because they're still working from home, so they work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, sometimes Thursday. So sometimes you come in, you guys don't face this because you get in so early, and there's a parking spot very close by. And then other times you park in what I call Egypt. And the last few days, it's been Egypt and Cambodia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The parking lot is packed full of people.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand why some days is that way and some days is not.
Fortunately, it's a comfortable day to be walking in from Egypt.
It is.
Yeah.
I got a camel ride.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
Yeah, that helps.
Is that a one hump or two hump? Camel?
Always two humps.
Always two humps.
Always.
Yeah, I got you. All right, shall we get the letter of the day?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
R as in Romano.
Oh, she's back. We're going to give away an Omaha holiday prize package, including 4 butcher cut filet mignons, 4 boneless pork chops, 6 air-chilled chicken breasts. I need to find out what air-chilled chicken breasts are.
Sounds interesting.
Special Omaha seasonings, 8 each of their Omaha burgers and hot dogs, and potato side dish and dessert for 4. You can give the gift of perfectly aged, tender, and delicious Omaha steaks. Use promo code WMMR at checkout to get $30 off. Minimum order may be required, and you can go to omahasteaks.com to get all the details. We'll give that away on Friday. We're only a couple days away, which is wonderful.
Your explanation, Preston, up on the screen about air-chilled.
Air-chilled chicken is cooled by passing the birds through several chambers where cold, purified air is used to cool the meat, resulting in no added moisture, stronger flavor, and less chance for contamination.
Wait, remember we talked about meat, and I think you guys were talking, different steaks and how
dry aged and stuff like that.
And how it's stored and stuff like that. That's what air chilled chicken is. Like you're getting a better quality and a better taste.
Very good. Thank you. We got it all cleared up. I love it. What's on your show today?
We will have the 12 Days of Metallica continuing. Tickets for both August 4th and August 6th at 12 noon. We will have workforce blocks of David Bowie and Bush, and it's Delaware Day. So we will celebrate with a great Delawarean, if such a word exists.
Bob Marley.
Well, he did spend some time in Delaware.
He did live here,
which is true. It's not a huge list.
Yeah.
I'm sure
George Thorogood?
Well, Lonesome George, the Bard of the Barter.
Yeah.
And then some George Thorogood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
What about George Thorogood?
Well, we got him too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and the Destroyers. We got that.
All right, good.
The Delaware Destroyers.
The Delaware Destroyers. Happy Delaware Day.
And happy Delaware Day to you.
You bet.
All right, let's thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Family and Company Jewelers. You can fill her stocking with a gift she'll show off all year long from South Jersey's holiday diamond destination. Also brought to you by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin' and Acme Markets. Fresh foods, local flavors. Let's see. Tomorrow on our program, we're going to be giving away more Christmas Miracle Passes. Ooh. And we'll find out what wonderful things we can dive in together on your drive into work.
Yes.
That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.